for a day. Teach him how to fish, you feed him for life.
I was 13 when I first got access to a computer.
My parents bought me a Macintosh in 1984 when I was 8 years old.
It was pretty humble beginnings. I think the first program I wrote asked things like, what's your favorite color? Or how old are you?
I was in 6th grade. Learning how to program didn't start off as wanting to learn all of computer science or trying to master this discipline or anything like that. It just started off because I wanted to do this one simple thing. I wanted to make something that was fun for myself and my sisters. And I wrote this little program.
Presenting the Jules School of Fish Computational Thinking Curriculum. School of Fish is the world's first proprietary computational thinking curriculum for preschool. Developed in 2016 by Jules, a Singapore education technology software company which enables preschool teachers to teach children digital literacy and computational thinking. To date, Jules School of Fish curriculum has rapidly expanded throughout multiple countries in Asia.
Most important thing is Jules as a company, they are heading to a direction which is using the internet, using the game to change education. I think it's a big passion, it's a big dream, and it's the right direction. Internet-based learning is the future.
Jules School of Fish curriculum prepares children for primary school as they learn to problem solve by applying the 4 cornerstones of computational thinking, which is the foundation of coding. Here's how Jules School of Fish computational thinking curriculum is taught in preschools.
School of Fish. Its features are specially designed for instilling computational thinking into your kids to create the foundations of future logical thinking.
The Jules curriculum is taught in kindergarten, enrichment, and after-school centers to children above the age of 5, consisting of online and offline activities. About 25% of lesson time involves the use of a tablet. Difficult concepts are simplified and taught through 23 episodes of doodle animations during lessons. Teachers then guide students as they learn to analyze and break down complex problems and tasks, recognize similarities or patterns in the segmented parts of the problem, ignore irrelevant details and abstract the vital ones upon which solutions depend, create simple algorithms and apply them to solve similar problems through simulations, properly use and handle electronic devices, log in to their personal accounts and keep their password safe, proper online courtesy and etiquette. Create a plan for their buddies' homes by saving up and managing game resources. School of Fish lessons can only be conducted by educators certified through the Jules Computational Thinking Training Program, which provides them comprehensive training to not only teach computational thinking, but also upgrade themselves to become better problem solvers at work, staying ahead of the competition. The Jules School of Fish curriculum empowers students to excel in the coming digital age. Mastering digital literacy and computational thinking at an early age allows them to navigate the future with confidence.
Let's go doodle, learn something new today. Computational thinking makes us brighter every day. School of Fish. Its features are specially designed for instilling computational thinking into your kids to create the foundations of future logical thinkers and versatile problem solvers. My name is Doodle, and I shall be your guide for today. Here is where your kids will be housing his or her buddy. The buddies are your kid's little friend that grows along with them. He looks hungry. If we just click on him... Yahoo! We have specially designed designed our CT-infused games to allow them to find answers through trial and error in a subject-controlled environment.
It's 12:58. We would like everybody to please settle down and ensure that you are comfortably prepared for the webinar for this afternoon. Sir Idroy, what the participants can see are videos from our sponsor. So we would like to announce to everyone that we would be having a raffle for 5 winners, because the other 5, we have allocated them for some of the people who have been supporting the empowerment program that we have. So 5 would be raffled, and the winners would have the opportunity to have a tour at Okada, Manila, a day tour, and a winner could bring in 3 more with him or with her, because it is good for 4 people, no, for 4 persons. So I hope that Ma'am Rowena is already with us. So the sponsor is actually Gyro Travel and Tours. So I would like to call on Miss Rowena to already discuss with us about the Okada tour as well as the videos that you have seen. So a pleasant good afternoon, Ma'am Rowena.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ma'am Chua. Good afternoon to everyone, and to the President of One Private School Administrator Association of the Philippines, Dr. Lourdes Chua, and its officers and members. To President, Wellness Philippines International UN Ambassador of Peace, Ms. Sarah Bailan Juan. President, Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, Mr. Jose Luis Yulo. Dean of National University College of Optometry, Dr. Teresita Yapot and her team. And to all the school administrators and parents and students present this afternoon, a pleasant good afternoon po to everyone. My name po is Rowena T. Erquiaga. I'm the General Manager of Gyro Travel and Tours, and also the VP, the Vice President for Sales and Marketing of Core Network Synergy Marketing Incorporated. Our company is the exclusive distributor of School of Fish apps in the Philippines. I am honored to be part of this webinar entitled Straight Talk on Quality Education and Wellness for Peace webinar. I'm actually very glad to be invited, especially when I saw the topic, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for Quality Education. I am here to introduce a revolutionary curriculum created on the basis of the 3 principles: engage, entertain, enlighten. Lessons are designed based on Montessori play learning pedagogies, incorporating the 4 C's of 21st century skills: critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. And there's already, a worldwide talk about putting computational thinking as the 5th C of the 21st century skills. Globally, schools have already incorporating computational thinking into their K-12 curriculum. There are already a worldwide adaptation of this revolutionary curriculum. And just last September, Vietnam has rolled out an 8-month digital literacy pilot for public preschool in Hanoi with a partnership with UNICEF and Jules Corporation. I wish I can have more time to share with you more about computational thinking and the program that we're introducing in the Philippines. But may I just say, our company goal is to prepare our Filipino learners for the job of tomorrow by offering mastery learning program that will equip our Filipino student with 21st century skills. For now, we are introducing the School of Fish app. School of Fish app is actually an app developed by Jules Corporation in Singapore, and it teaches the student the digital literacy and computational thinking. With this program, Jules have gathered all the early education experts to come up with this new and revolutionary curriculum, and designed an app to teach our students the difficult concept of computational thinking. So they leverage in gamifications, storytelling to improve and to promote engagement and improve the learning immersive experience of students. So yung video po na nakita nyo kanina, that's the School of Fish app. And actually, we are having a teacher training. We provide the teacher training, and our team from Singapore are the one conducting the training because they're very happy to help because they started computational thinking ahead sa atin, no, sa Philippines, because right now we don't have yet this curriculum, but our team from Singapore are most willing to help our Filipino educators to be trained and how to teach computational thinking and be able to introduce this curriculum to our Filipino learners. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be able to introduce our digital solution in equipping our students with 21st century through our mastery learning programs on digital literacy and computational thinking. Should you want to learn more about our program, you can visit our official FB page, Core Networks NIG presents School of Fish, and we are also willing to conduct a presentation, especially to the members of One Philippines, One Private School Philippines, and to all the school administrators present this afternoon. We're actually starting to have partnership with the public schools to have the pilot of this, and we are also willing to give 1 month free trial for all our private school. So just contact us. Ma'am Chua knows my number, and you can also search me, Rowena Erquiaga, in Facebook. I'm very active. So should you be interested to introduce this program to your student, this new curriculum, new trend, new technology, new curriculum, tawagan niyo lang po ako. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much also, Ma'am Weng. So again, we are grateful to Gyro Tours and Travels for being our sponsor. Later, at the end of the talk of Mr. Yulo, before we go to the self-care for eyesight, especially that we always use so a very long time on screen gadget phone, we would ensure that we would have the raffle.
Yes, ma'am. If I may, ma'am, you know that I have a teacher's training at 2 o'clock. I would like to ask a permission to leave. But lahat po ng winners, I will give the link po in the chat box so that they can register their name for the winners po ng ating mga ano. Thank you very much.
Yes, we would do that. And please be assured that we would give you a copy of the recording of the proceedings. All right. So again, thank you very much, Ma'am Weng. And expect that we would always be supportive of your very relevant programs, especially meant to empower the young Filipino learners.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, permission to leave. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you. So we would like to encourage everyone now to already sit back and relax as we would already start with the third session of the Straight Talk webinar series. So we ask everyone to please bring ourselves in the presence of God, as we would already start with our opening prayer, which is the prayer for peace of the United Nations, to be followed by the patriotic song, as we always would offer everything that we do for the love of our country, the Pearl of the Orient, which, as the speaker has said last time, the heaven and earth, no, Pearl of the Orient. So prayer for peace, please.
Okay, God bless your day. along the way. Safety comes the universe. May you be inspired by the diversity of people's personalities and be grateful that you were granted the chance to lead them. And at the end of the day, tonight, as
Ako ay Pilipino, ang dugo'y maharlika. Likas sa aking puso at hikain kay ganda. Sa Pilipinas na aking bayan, lantay na perlas ng silanganan, wari na tipo ng kayamanan ng may kapal. Bigay sa Pilipino sa mabuti lang laan.
Vitamins B1, B6, B.
Ang magmamahal. Ako ay Pilipino. Ako ay Pilipino. Isang bansa, isang diwa ang minimithi ko. Sa bayan ko't bandila
A great and happy afternoon to everyone. So as we are all gathered this afternoon, I always would call the gathering a celebration of love, a gathering of the champion Filipino people who believes that we indeed would still be the best and number one despite whatever situations that we have been encountering, because as long as we believe that we can empower each and every one, we can empower ourselves and be self-leaders, we know that each single step that we would take would lead us to where we would want to go. And just to give an idea for the new participants who have just joined us today, this is already the third session on the series of webinar that we intend to give for free to empower each and every one. We started on October 23, having only the school administrators and teachers. And it was followed by the webinar last Saturday, November 13, which definitely was also graced by the president of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, and which gave us a lot of eye-opener and gave us the hope that indeed what we are looking for could happen if all sector would really work as a team. And today is the third session, as I have said, which is a series of webinar that would still run on November 27, December 4, and December 11. And I would just want to recognize the participants whom we are welcoming now. I'm so happy because for this afternoon, it's not just school administrators, it is not just teachers, but we also have our parents as well as our students and other representatives from the business sector. So why am I so happy to have everyone? Because I feel that education is definitely one of the ways so that we really could contribute a lot in trying to give direction and proper mindset, especially to the youth, not to the young learners who are the hope of the future. But I always want to believe that it really is very important that each and every Filipino, every member of this country whom God really has planted in the Philippines should be able to contribute. Whether a very small contribution, it would definitely mean a lot. So I would like to recognize the participants, and I'm so happy because our participants, we have representatives mostly from private school, but we also have few representatives from our partner, the public school sector. And majority are again from Metro Manila, Muntinlupa, Pasig, Makati, Tagaytay, Quezon City, Marikina, Taguig, Cainta, and then we also have other regions from Isabela, from Tarlac, from Antique, from Laguna, San Pedro, Biñan, and then also Santa Rosa. And then we also have participants or registrants from Pampanga, and then from Ifugao, Aklan, Iloilo, Oriental Mindoro, and as well as Rizal. So I also would like to recognize the presence of our strong supporter, no? Because she is one of the convener of the United Nations, and she's always there to give her service for free for one private school Philippines. So I'd like to recognize the presence of Ambassador Zara Baile Juan, who would be talking later about the understanding of our children as young learners about climate adaptation and peace innovation. So Moms AJ, can you please just say a word of greeting or a one-liner greeting to our participants?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sparing your time again this Saturday for the Straight Talk on Quality Education and Wellness for Peace series.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am AJ. I also would like to recognize the presence of the president of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce, Philippine Islands, who definitely would discuss with you a lot of relevant eye-opener that I'm sure would give you more hope that you indeed can do something as an individual, as a member of your family, as a member of the community, and as a Filipino. So I'd like to recognize Mr. Jose Luis Yulo. A one-liner greeting, Mr. Yulo, please.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see me. I'm mobile on my phone. Nice to be here again, and see you later.
Okay, thank you, and please be safe until you reach your office, because he came from a very important meeting, but that's how he commits. When he commits, he definitely would be there for all of you, because he's really looking forward to meet the other members of the One Private School Philippines, as well as all the participants who said yes to the invitation for empowerment. You see, I'm so happy that we have students, and I call them student leaders, because the invitation was given to all. If they see opportunity, and then be part of that and have an exposure at a young age and know the direction where you would go. And I'm sure your parents are also, who are very supportive, are also very happy to see you having this kind of exposure, and at a young age already trying to take the lead, no, among the young learners. I also would like to recognize the presence of the other officers and I would say servant leaders of One Private School Philippines. Of course, we have Miss Cindy Cruz from Maple Bear. We also have Miss Isabel Valle, the one who started it all, why we have the One Private School Philippines. Of course, we also have Mr. Boyet Jesus Tumolba from Isabela, who happens to have a school event right now, because they need to have one-on-one meetings with some of their parents, of course, for the benefit also of the learners from their school. So we understand, but on November 27, you would hear him also as one of our speaker in one of the in the proceedings that we would have. I also would like to recognize, of course, Dr. Teresita Yambot, the chairperson of the Fidel Mundo Research Institute, as well as the dean of the College of Optometry of the National University. I'm not sure if Dr. Yambot is already with us, but yes, anyway, definitely. Is she with us already?
Yeah, I'm in.
So please, Dr. Yambot, Dr. Teresita Yambot.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be part of this Straight Talk in Quality Education and Wellness for Peace, and also for participating in our webinar, no, on the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain. I wish you can continue on sharing our advocacy to prevent, no, the hazardous effect of digital devices. We will be informing you what to do so that you shall be protected against these hazards. Thank you so much, and congratulations for this very nice, this series of webinars that you are conducting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We also thank Dr. Yambot not just for sharing their expertise so that we would all be guided on how to properly take care of our eyesight, but equally we thank her because it is through her sponsorship and generosity that we are able to use a platform that can accommodate all the participants and even those who would be joining us in the future. So thank you also to National University for this opportunity. And of course, our technical assistant and technical officers who are with us, all the staff who have been very supportive from the technical support, from preparation of posters and everything. So I really praise God in you. So I would say that we're able to give the free empowerment program to all who could see the opportunity for them. It's because of the people who selflessly contributed towards the realization. So of course, One Private School Philippines is an association, I would like to repeat, that is just focused on giving empowerment. And who can be a member of that? As long as you believe that you are a shepherd person, a shepherd brothers and sisters, whether a shepherd educator, a shepherd businessman, a shepherd student, a shepherd teacher, a shepherd parent, so long as you believe that you can contribute and without expecting anything in return but pure service, because you know that God is glorified if you are a good steward of whatever gifts and talents that was given to all of us. So no politics, no string attached, no agenda, nothing in return is expected. It is pure service because in the midst of the pandemic and everything that we've been experiencing, we simply want to see positivity. So one private school, one is the one providing for everything. All the blessings would just be poured by the one supreme being who has been instrumental why we are still here. So because we have limited time and yet there are very relevant information that we would want to share with you as well as the learning. So let me proceed now in introducing to you the first speaker. Sir Idroy, can we have on screen the credentials of our first speaker? Everybody would know her because she used to be the winner of Binibining Pilipinas. And of course, she's the president of the Pilipinas Wellness International. And she's, of course, I would like to read it so that I would not miss anything. No? She's the president of Wellness Pilipinas International News and Media Network. And then definitely from 2016 to 2030, she's the author of the Peace, Innovation, and Convener, Climate Adaptation for United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. 2019, Melchora Aquino's Outstanding on Women Empowerment. 2011 to 2015, Peace Ambassador of United Nations International Day of Peace Vigil. In fact, she was the one who composed the prayer for peace, which is being used internationally every September 21. 2011 awardee of University of the Philippines, Manila, and Far Eastern University, author and speaker of climate change, wellness, and peace. 2010 Rotary Club International awardee as trainer, writer, TV host, producer, and animal lover. Yes, indeed, because she really is surrounded by a lot of cats whom she has been caring for. 2009, awardee, Philippine Academy of Rehabilitation Medicine and Philippine Heart Center for Lifestyle Diseases Prevention Campaign of the World Health Organization. 2009 awardee, Catholic Educational Association of the Philippines, SAYAP, on Transformation, Education, and Values Formation. Transformative Education and Values Formation. 2009 Medal of Honor recipient from the Archdiocese of Novaliches as director and producer of value-oriented shows for children. 2003 awardee, Children International for the Sailing for Peace program in the Philippines. 1993 Binibining Pilipinas special awardee and Miss Hawaiian. Sir Idroy, okay, what's the last? And Hawaiian Tropic International finalist. And of course, I would like to add that she's an advocate of the Sustainable Development Goals on all the 17 areas, but focus right now and being one with us in the education sector. In fact, she's one of the honorary member now of the One Private School Philippines, and definitely my partner in ensuring that all the Filipino children would be mindful on how at their young age they can start to be leaders in their own way. In our school, we believe, and it's been a practice at grade 2, leadership training starts. But right now, we have a realization. Even in preschool, we can teach them about leadership because they can be leaders in their own homes. And that made me realize, yes, because in preschool, the first thing that we teach to the children is control and discipline. There's a time for everything. So just being able to develop such, they themselves can be a leader to themselves. So we all definitely, as Filipinos, are leaders because from here on, we all would ensure that we would be highly motivated and positively motivated self-leaders who would only talk, think, and do anything positive, pleasing to the eyes of God. So now I would like to call on the much-awaited speaker to share with you the understanding of our children as young learners for climate adaptation and peace innovation to achieve quality education. So of course, my pride, my friend, and my partner, Ambassador Sarah Jane Baile Juan. Ambassadors AJ, please.
Yeah.
you, Dr. Chua. Thank you for that very, how do I call that? Anyway, I am so elated with your introduction. So I will make it very, very fast because we have a second speaker with us today, of course, our President Jose Luis Yulo of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands. So I will talk about the understanding our children as young learners for correct adaptation and peace innovation to achieve quality education. Okay, we'll start with the next slide. The profile of children as young learners. Next slide. Okay, from next slide, 0 to 7 years old, the kids love to imitate those around them. They absorb everything and blend themselves in the environment, and they love to move and play. Okay, next slide. Okay, from 1 to 3 years old, they love to imitate us. They love to mimic our actions. From 3 to 5 years old, they start to have the transformative play, real objects into fantasy. And then 5 to 7 years old, they have the imaginative play, or how something will work, will look like, and plan how will it become. Okay, next slide. Okay, at my background, you can hear the chickens and the cats and the dogs because I am in the province. Okay, from 8 to 14 years old, these are the general characteristics. The kids now they love to do picture thinking. So ito yung mga age na gusto nila nakikinig ng mga kwento. Ito yung mga bata until 14 years old, they love to hear stories. They love storytelling from adults. So from 8 to 11 years old, next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, during this time, they notice that they are different from the rest. There are a lot of physical and psychological changes. And then 12 to 14 years old, they are interested in the cause and effect relationships and the beginning of logical thinking. So mapapansin ninyo, this is the time na yung mga bata ay mahilig ng maging piloso potasyo. Lagi na silang nag-uusisa kasi lagi na nilang kinoconnect ang mga dots. Sila ngayon yung mga concern sa mga eleksyon at sa mga kandidato kung paano sila naging ganyan. Okay, then next slide. 15 to 20 years old. Okay, let's proceed. Okay, next slide. Okay, so hanggang 20 years old, considered na bata pa sa psychiatry. Okay, dito na yung may mga upsurge of sexual drives, aggressive impulses, acting out tendencies, become capable of abstract reasoning, hypothetical situation, and the focus of interaction from family to peer. So if you can imagine, this is the time na yung hindi nila masabi yung kanilang gusto. So sa halip na sabihin nila ang kanilang nararamdaman o yung kanilang sama ng loob, bigla na lang silang iiyak o kaya bigla na lang silang magbabagsak ng pinto. And also, during this time, wala na silang masyadong hilig sa magulang at pamilya dahil ang importante sa kanila yung kanilang friends. So, para makuha ang loob ng mga 15 to 20 years old is kailangan kaibiganin mo ang kanilang mga barkada. Okay, in summary, next slide. Okay, 12 to 14 years old, ang concern is the body image. So, they are very, very particular how they look to the mirror and to the other person, to their barkada and friends. Then 15 to 17 years old, their concern is establishing peer group identity. They want to be the original. They want to have the original personality. And then the 18 to 20 years old, that's the start. Their concern is more on vocational and romantic identity. Usually at this time, from 18 to 20 years old, this is the time that they have this inkling. It's either to enter into the convent as a nun or as a priest, or also to have boyfriends or girlfriends. So dito lumalabas. Okay, you can sense from there, from here sa kanilang ganitong edad kung saan talaga sila pupunta. Okay. So next slide, child psychiatry. In general, the approach in dealing with our children's issue is through biopsychosocial, meaning we see the child as a developing and maturing being in the context of the social system. So in order for us to understand our children is to see them as a developing person. So hindi sila let's not put a brand to them, or let's not put a position to them na dapat ganito ka kasi ganito yung tatay mo, o dapat ganito ka kasi ganito yung nanay mo. Because they are developing people, they are developing persons, an individual in the context of the whole social system, meaning they are affected on what is happening around us. So there are a lot of differences and also personalities that coming out because of the presence of the pandemic also. Okay, next slide. Check on the child's innate temperament. Okay, if we are trying to manage our children, okay, at home as parents and at school as teachers, this will show us how they will handle problems all throughout their lives. Meaning, tignan ninyo kung sila'y mainitin ng ulo at anong level ang init ng kanilang ulo. 9 factors in checking the child's innate temperament. Okay, next slide. There are 9 factors to check the level of the temper of the children. Okay, number 1, activity level. The frequency and speed of movement of the child in the bath or in the crib in early infancy, or crawling, walking, or running. So as early as that young age of 1, 2, 3 years old, you can already see kung mainitin ang ulo ng bata pag sila gumagawa ng activity. Okay, anong level ang kanilang init ng ulo? Second, rhythmicity. During the sleep-wake cycle and the timing of hunger. Okay, look also there, innate temperament. Number 3, okay, next slide. Approach or withdrawal. The immediate reaction of a child, such that acceptance or rejection to a new experience, such as a new bed, place, or schedule. So how do they react every time there is something new? Number 4, next slide, adaptability. The amount of time required, short, moderate, or long, for a child to adapt to a new experience or schedule. Can they adapt easily, or they complain a lot? So you can see also from their innate temperament. Number 5, next slide, is threshold. The minimum strength of stimulus required to engage the child's attention. Okay, do they react? Okay, do they, when you stimulate them, do they react right away, or nakatingin lang sila sa'yo, or nothing, no reaction? You can also check on that, okay? Number 6, next slide, intensity, the expression of mood. How do they express their mood to you, okay? And then number 7, next slide, is the mood itself, the predominance during waking hours of positive mood as opposed to neutral or negative mood expression. Okay, during their waking hours, ano sila? Are they irritated, or are they, how long is their temperament? Okay, you can do your leveling, okay? Level 1, 2, 3, 4 hanggang 10. Number 8, distractibility, next slide. The ease to which the child's attention is drawn from an ongoing activity. Can they concentrate, or madali silang ma-distract? Number 9, attention span and persistence. Attention span refers to the uninterrupted attention given in an activity such as gazing or playing with toys. Persistence is the direction on uninterrupted activity toward completion of a task or spontaneous return to task after an interruption. Okay, next slide. So those 9 guides are for normal kids who are with a normal family life. However, this may differ if the child is suffering from the following issues: physical abuse, sexual abuse, divorce, or separation. So you must take this seriously. If you know that your children, or you know anybody, your kapitbahay or your relatives or friends who has kids who are suffering from this, you have to report this, because this is a crime. Okay, if you cannot report, you can, or you're shy to report, you can contact me directly so that I can guide you on how to do reporting on violence against women and children. Okay, so the general treatment, okay, for those the issues that we encounter with children in our home and in the school. Number 1 is psychotherapy, okay? It requires a permissive, non-threatening atmosphere. Kailangan kampante sila dun sa ginagawa mo sa kanila. Otherwise, magre-resist yung bata, okay? For psychotherapy, next slide, for toddlers, it requires more support. in feeding and simpler play. For kindergarten, benefits both from a mixture of play and talking. For school-age kids, on drawing, reading, and sports activities, and talk therapy. So we have to consider their ages, because there will come a time that they will not talk to you anymore because they wanted to play. And during the playtime, that's the time that you can actually tell them or talk about the dialogue on what is happening to them. Okay, another one, next slide, is behavioral therapy. Okay, focuses on undesirable behavior, examine their frequency, and setting up reinforcers and adversive stimuli to alter the components of behavior that are involved using rewards or punishment. Another way for behavioral therapy is they call it desensitization. Okay, you can actually check on that via Google. It's because this is a long discussion. Okay, play therapy, it encompasses the use of the rooms, pens, pencils, and models. Okay, so this is very good. Actually, ito yung madalas na ginagamit. And then the last one, if they have a very good family system, okay, is the family therapy. Okay, involves awareness of the family context, cultural pattern, and socioeconomic level. Okay, so to better understand your child, next slide, is to understand yourself by going back to your innocence. These are several workshops, but I will just ask you some questions so that you would know if, from your answers, you would know if things are going well, no, with your children. Number one question, what was your favorite toy when you were 5 years old? Second question, if you want something badly, how do you get it when you were 10 years old? Okay, another question, next slide. What was your favorite role in a play when you were 8 years old? Okay, another question, what is your role in your peer group, Barkada, when you were 14 years old? How do they call you or see you? Okay, another question, what was your initial reaction when you were reprimanded by your elders when you were 18 years old? Another, and then the last one is, what was your secret wish when you were 21 years old? Okay, why do you have to go to all these things? Because kung meron tayong mga, as an adult, at hindi natin natapos yung mga unfinished business natin when we were kids, based on those questions, then time will come na magkakaroon ng problem in handling children in our home and in our schools. Why? Let's go to the next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, that is the back to innocence. Okay, the age. Actually, ang adulthood is only from 21 to 30 years old. Kasi pagdating ng 31 to 40 years old, bumabalik na yung memory natin from 16 to 15 years old. Pagdating natin ng 41 to 50 years old, bumabalik ang memory ng 14 to 13 years old. Pagdating ng 51 to 60, bumabalik ang memory ng 13 to 12 years old. Pagdating ng 61 to 70 years old, bumabalik ang memory ng 11 to 10 years old. And so forth and so on. So, imagine, kung may mga hindi magagandang memories or bad memories when you were children, babalik yan again and again hanggang hindi na-heal. Okay? So next slide, leadership of the self to better understand our children. How? Okay, next slide, by healing our trauma from, next slide, okay, from 5 years old up to 18 years old in order to become better parents and teachers to our children. Okay, next slide. Healing the trauma or the pain in the past requires an innovative mindset, okay, in order to achieve the peace within. Okay, next slide. To have an innovative mindset is to develop the personality of being inventive, bright, and exceptional. Next slide. Meaning you do not limit yourself to the traditional thinking. You are open to invent new solutions to solve a problem. Okay, next slide. While doing the problem-solving process, you are not gloomy, but you have the zest as you take it as a wonderful challenge. Next slide. And in finding new solutions, you are not afraid to develop a new and rare personality that is unique and one of a kind. Next slide. That's when your peace within starts to innovate. Okay, so next slide. Okay, peace innovation within the self means you can work for your peace without the need for revenge or seek to get even. Okay, go on. Peace innovation is finding solutions to the problems beyond the traditional and usual thinking of having peace based only on justice. Okay, next, when you are willing to innovate peace, then we can adapt to the needs of the changing climate. And what are the needs of the changing climate or the climate change? These are the global needs. Number one. Next slide. Okay. Food security, preservation of habitat, economic and political strength of every state, and world peace. So next slide. Okay. When we innovate our mindset of achieving the peace within ourselves, we can also innovate the peace outside our home. And then from there on, we make peace attainable and sustainable to everyone. As we sustain peace, we learn how to adapt. We cooperate to adapt to the needs of the changing climate. Adaptation is not just accepting the situation as is. Adaptation is critical thinking in solving problems, but the approach is harmonious, collective, and inclusive. Thus, with peace innovation and climate adaptation, we can achieve the number 7 of the 10 targets of the quality education in the UN Sustainable Development Goal. And what is that? Education for sustainable development and global citizenship, number 7. So by 2030, next slide, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills for sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and of culture's contribution to sustainable development. Okay, and this is the ending. Peace innovation and climate adaptation require more discussions and in-depth learning. Okay, next slide. For questions, so please chat below. So next Saturday, I will teach you how to do the innovative peace leadership at home, schools, workplaces, and communities. It will be part of your innovative personality development needed to teach the new concepts like the economic compass, pillars of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands. Okay, thank you. Let's now go to our next for the economic compass pillars 5.
Ma'am AJ, yes. We understand that Mr. Yulo was on the road a while ago. I tried to call him if he's already in the office, but he was not able to respond. Because if it would be fine with him, it's all right that we put him later, because after the speaker, so that he would already be in the office, and at the same time, so that the talk would already be live stream, included in the live stream with DepEd. So we now, would it be fine? I'm not sure if Mr. Yulo is with us right now, but I'd like to know if it would be fine that we can put him on later when he's already in his office, or is he already in the office?
I am in the office now.
Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Sir, we just want to ask, because this time DepEd would be coming in and they would have this live stream. So meaning, and they are also expecting some of their invited participants to be with us. So in case it would be fine with you, if we can have the self-care on the eyesight, the sharings of the doctor of optometries, and then right after them, it would be your turn, wherein there would be more participants and also live stream, not only in National University, but also in DepEd, so that more can be reached.
What time will that be then?
Dr. Yambot, if ever, what time would it be? Dr. Yambot is with us. We better check from it. Dr. Yambot, if ever, what time would that be?
Supposed to be, our slot is 1 hour and a half.
1.5 hour. Okay,
Yeah.
so more or less around 3:30, that would be fine, perhaps, if
Okay,
ever.
3:30 is fine with me.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yulo. But please stay with us, because even me, I learned a lot from the optometrists, especially that we are now on the age of technology with our eyes always on the screen. Maraming salamat po.
Okay.
I'm glad that you're already in your office safely. Okay, Dr. Yambot. So with that, I would like to turn over the floor to the facilitator or to the moderator regarding the talk on the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain. Thank you.
Sir Idroid will start. As we accept people from the Department of Education, majority of them are from the health personnel. No. This will be live stream under the Department of Education. page.
Could we accommodate a raffle while you are preparing for whatever? Because we are supposed to raffle 5, but we can do it also at the end. It depends.
Sige, pwede naman mag-raffle.
Okay. So while you are doing your necessary preparations as DepEd from the Health Division are coming in, Sir Idroy, can we do the raffle? At least maybe 5 winners already, 5 winners of the day tour in Okada, Manila. All right. So, and we have perhaps the first 3. And then later, towards the end, we would have the remaining. So day tour good for 4 packs, 4 persons per winner. Thank you, Sir Idroy.
Okay po, so let's proceed with the first winner. So our first winner is okay, congratulations, Danica R. Olivares. Then next winner, second winner, we have.
How do we know if they are there? How do we know if they are with us?
Yes po, kasama po natin sila currently po. For our second winner, we have Zosima Onya. Okay. And
can they send message in the chat box so that we would know that they are with us? The winner, can you please send message in the chat box so we would know that you're with us?
Okay po, so while waiting for the response to our chat box, for our third winner,
okay.
We have, okay, Leia Manoska. Once again, may we request our winners to please chat through our chat box po for us to know if you're still here.
All right, kindly just flash what they have won, the Okada Manila. Just flash on the screen so they would know. And then right after that, we hope that we already could proceed. So again, thank you, Dr. Yambot. So we are turning over the floor for your session so that Mr. Yulo could have his turn right after the eyesight care.
Yeah.
So again, congratulations to the winner, Okada Manila Day Tour. Thank you.
Imagine a future where excellence is your daily routine, a future imprinted with your legacy, where you meet your targets with precision. That future begins with your first step into the National University. With facilities designed for professional practice, we aim to equip our students with the necessary skills and techniques to become leaders in the industry and top-notch professionals. This is what we see for the future. This is where we see you at the National University. Your future is our present.
Way outside, you said it won't be long. Took your time. Racing mind, I know there's something wrong. What you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. Find a way. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. Don't look back. We got thrown into this just like that. Leaving fast. I know we're new to this, meant to last. Tell me why, tell me why. No one else was you and I. Tell me now, talk it out. Hit it like I didn't notice, notice, no. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. Tell me why, tell me why. No one else was you and I. Tell me now, talk it out. Hit it like I didn't notice, notice, no. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. Don't look back. We got thrown into this just like that. Leaving fast. I know we're new to this, meant to last. Tell me why, tell me why. No one else was you and I. Tell me now, talk it out. Hit it like I didn't notice, notice, no. I think you should know you don't have to stay. Even if you go, I'll be okay. We can take it slow till there's nothing left to say. Even if you go, we'll find a way. Find a way. I think you should know you don't have to stay.
Good afternoon to all our participants and distinguished guests. Good afternoon to all our guests from Department of Education and also our partners, and most especially our resource speakers from the National University College of Optometry. So before we proceed to our program, may we request our dear participants to please be participative all throughout our webinar. And also you may chat or you may send us your message, comment, and suggestion through the chat box if you're here and on our Zoom platform. And if you're on Facebook Live, you may chat on the comment section. Okay, so to begin our program, may we call Dr. Sandra Bernardo for the opening prayer.
Hello po, good afternoon everyone. Welcome po to our webinar. May I just invite everyone po to pause for a prayer. Can we all bow down our heads and ask for the presence of the Holy Spirit? Father, we humble ourselves and come before you today. We pray for the Holy Spirit to come and hover within our midst. Please guide us as we meet and discuss. Please prepare our hearts and minds as we yearn to learn something new today. Bless us with your wisdom, Lord. We acknowledge you are sovereign and mighty, and apart from you, we cannot accomplish anything. But we know as well that your grace is sufficient. Please hide us, all the facilitators and speakers, under the shadow of your wings. Bless the work of our hands as we accomplish your purpose for our lives, holy and pleasing to you, giving you honor and glory and praise. In Jesus' mighty name, we say amen.
Thank you, Dr. Sandra. And to welcome us to this fruitful and very timely and relevant webinar about the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain. Round of applause for the Dean of National University College of Optometry and also the Chairman of Mundo Vision Care Research and Training Institute. Round of applause for Dr. Teresita Yambot. Good afternoon po, Dr. Tess.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Adroit. Welcome to our webinar on the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain. The goal of this advocacy is to create awareness on the environmental and occupational hazard caused by prolonged use of digital devices. We would like to emphasize on how to prevent and control digital eye strain and dry eyes associated with the digital usage. We would like to acknowledge the support of the Department of Education, especially USEC, Alain Del Pascua, Dr. Lope Santos of the Bureau of Learner Support Services, and Dr. Corazon Dumlao, Chief of the School Health Division, for making this webinar a reality. We would like to acknowledge to our partner, One Private School Administrator Association in the Philippines, as well as our suppliers. We have Alcon, iOS, Essilor, Maria Teresa Commercial, and Plastilens International for your generous support. We encourage everyone present today to share this information for the eye safety against digital hazards among the Filipino. Thank you so much.
Thank you po, Dr. Ates, for that warm welcome to our dear participants, teachers, students, and also our distinguished guests. And also, to deliver her inspirational and support message, may we call, or let's hear the message of Dr. Corazon Dumlao, Chief of Health and Nutrition Services of Bureau of Learners Support Services of the Department of Education.
Isang magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. It is my pleasure to have been invited to this webinar on the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain, particularly to deliver an inspirational message. Honestly, I do not think I can give you any more inspiration than what you already have now. That you choose to spend your Saturday afternoon to attend a webinar like this shows how inspired you are, not only to learn, but to learn practical lessons that will be helpful to your children if you're a parent, or your learners if you are a teacher. I also know that several health professionals, including our school health personnel, are joining us and looking forward to gaining updated practical information that can help you improve your line of work. Magdadalawang taon na tayo sa pandemyang ating kinakaharap. Magdadalawang taon na rin ang ating mga mag-aral sa setup ng pag-aaral na mayroon sila. While we are gradually and safely returning to face-to-face classes in a very few schools, most of schools are likely to remain in such setup at least in the next few months. Most children have spent and are likely to continue to spend much of their time looking at digital screens on computers, laptops, tablets, smartphones, and other devices. Similar to what most of us adults are experiencing in our workplaces, all that learners on online learning modalities usually do is sit down and enter the virtual platform. All the screen time can affect children's well-being, including their eye health. What used a problem faced by several households before the pandemic, especially those whose kids had problematic use of computers and video games, has now become the reality for most households. Sa halos 2 taon nang nakastay at home ang ating learners, bukod sa pagiging babad sa online learning modalities, marami rin sa kanila ang naging hobby na din ang pag-scroll at pag-check sa iba't ibang social media apps gamit ang kanilang gadgets, o kaya ay ang mas matagal na panunood ng TVs as their source of enjoyment. Several studies have shown that spending less time outdoors and more time working nearby, including screen time, is associated with a more rapid progression of nearsightedness or myopia. All this poses as a challenge in this digital age to ensure that our children get the right amount of knowledge over such technology advancements. Parents must perform their responsibility of protecting their children. According to the first ever World Report on Vision of World Health Organization published in 2019, at least 2.2 billion people have vision impairment or blindness, of which more than 1 billion cases could have been prevented or needed treatment. The report also found that changing lifestyles and limited access to eye care, particularly in low and middle income countries, are among the main causes of the growing numbers of people living with vision impairment. DepEd has always acknowledged that vision, being essential for reading, plays an important role in a child's ability to learn the many other concepts they are taught in school. Even before the pandemic, vision screening has been offered as part of the medical, dental, and nursing services under the department's Oplan Kalisugan sa DepEd, a convergence of DepEd school health and nutrition programs coordinated by the Bureau of Learner Support Services School Health Division. This initiative has been further strengthened through the passing of RA 11358, or the National Vision Screening Act, which has institutionalized the National Vision Screening Program, prioritizing kindergarten learners. Through the program, we capacitate our health personnel and teachers in conducting vision screening on our learners in partnership with the Department of Health and the Philippine Eye Research Institute through the National Institute of Health, University of the Philippines, Manila. With the eye health challenges highlighted during the pandemic, We are even more convinced that this is a serious concern that we should continue to prioritize. And while online activities may have become the source of some of the challenges I earlier mentioned, they too can be an instrument for the promotion of vision care. Through the online vision screening program implemented by DepEd in selected public elementary schools during the community quarantine where there are no face-to-face classes, we have been able to continue fulfilling our mandate under the National Vision Screening Act. And we have virtual activities like today's webinar that allow us to update our understanding of vision care, especially during these crucial times. Kaya buong puso po akong nagpapahayag ng aking appreciation sa FDM Vision Care Research and Training Institute na isa sa mga nagiging partner na rin natin for school health para sa initiative na ito. I personally look forward to how we can further strengthen our collaboration as the new normal of education continues to be shaped by the pandemic, as we, schools, teachers, parents, and health professionals work together to incorporate eye health strategies and keep our children safe while having to spend a relatively more significant amount time online. Maraming salamat po and Happy Vision Awareness Month to all.
Thank you po, Dr. Maria Corazon Sicumla. Thank you po once again. Okay, so let's proceed to the main event of this program. Main highlight of this event or webinar. So in our first speaker, may we call Dr. Sandra. Okay, Dr. Sandra is having a connectivity issue. Okay, let me introduce our first speaker. Okay. So for our first speaker, she is the Dean of National University College of Optometry, also Chairman of Fidel Mundo Care Research and Training Institute, former Chair PRC Board of Optometry, and Fellow of Civitan International Research Center. A round of applause for our mentor, Dr. Teresita Yambor. Once again, good afternoon po, Dr. Tes.
Hi, good afternoon, Adrian. Can I have a share screen? Okay.
Yes po.
Wait for a while. So my topic is about the impact of digital online studies on vision and brain. So this pandemic season, most of our learners are using digital devices for maybe even more than 6 hours a day, no? So there are studies that these digital devices emits radiation, no? Now we have the so-called electromagnetic spectral system. Some are beneficial, but some has bad effects, no? So it has some environment and occupational hazard effects. Except now we have the visible light, which is useful for us to see the various colors. Okay. So, just a minute. At present, the protection provided by our atmosphere and the ocular media against the harmful radiation appears to be adequate. We have the ozone layer and the oxygen, which absorb most of the UV radiation between 10 and 250 nanometers. And also we have water and carbon dioxide, which absorb some of the infrared radiation. However, the thinning of the ozone layer result to health hazards such as skin cancer. Okay, so we have the spectral, electromagnetic spectrum, yung effects ng ating mga digital devices, yung mga laptop, computers, yung ating mga cell phone, and then yung ating mga microwave, remote controls, then the infrared, the x-rays, no? So, lahat ito mayroong mga effects sa human being na we really have to know, and we have to protect ourselves against this hazard. Now, absorption of harmful radiation damage eyes, no? Effects depends upon the wavelength of radiation and the photon energy. So we classify this into groups. We have ionizing radiation, and then we have non-ionizing radiation. Under this, we have UV radiation, the visible light, the infrared radiation, and the microwave radiation. So every day we are exposed to this kind of radiation. And as much as possible, we have to do something so that we are protected, no? Ang isang nakikita namin na commonly experienced, yung pag-touch, especially yung ating mga monitors, no? Yung transfer of heat through the hands. So let us be careful in what we touch because we can become transmitter of these radiations. Okay. And then here are some facts. Is radiation from electro devices harmful? Some say yes, some say no. Then cell phone emits low level of non-ionizing radiation when used. The type of radiation emitted by cell phone is also referred to as radio frequency energy. What are the ocular effects, no? Sometimes when our learners are exposed to long usage of digital devices, they experience sun sensation due to the congestion of the conjunctival and episcleral blood vessels. So napapansin natin, pag matagal, namumula yung mata nila. And there is lacrimation, lumuluha sila. And then photophobia, no? They become sensitive to light. Chemosis, blepharospasm, and erythema of lids, no? So namumula yung mata because of the prolonged. And what are the causes of this? Wireless phone emit high frequency of electromagnetic radiation. Our eye lens are sensitive. It's capable from the radiation. Our eyes mostly get affected by this RF energy as it reduces the flow of blood that is required to cool the cornea. That may result to feeling of dry eyes. So ito yung mga effects, no, na when we look for a long time sa computer, yung monitor niya emits light. So nagkakaroon ng photosensitivity, and because of the exposure, and then if you notice your keyboard, meron siyang heat, no? And nagdra-dry yung eye, no? So the corneal transparent of the media, yung ating pinaka-glass, no, in front, nagdra-dry yun kasi sometimes we are so engrossed with our activities, nakakalimutan na natin mag-blink. And we are required to blink at least 12 to 15 times per minute. And if not, the cornea becomes dry, and you will notice, you will experience parang burning sensation, parang redness of the eye, because kulang sa blinking, natutuyo yung ating tear layer. Okay, what are the effects on the eye? Some study shows na it may cause changes in the lens, opacity of the lens, and prolonged exposure may cause to cataract, but this is not yet proven, no? Na talagang too long exposure may cause cataract. Now, some studies says there is, but some studies says not so sure. So we have to still dig into this, no? And some says that the retina is affected. So we are now conducting a study on how digital devices affects the retina, no? It's more on the too much exposure sa illumination, no? So what are the things that affects us, no? First, we have the digital gadgets and the radiation they emit. Then we have the laptops, we have the Wi-Fi routers, we have the tablets, the earphones, and the wearables. So we have to really choose the type of digital gadget that we will purchase, the laptops, the Wi-Fi router, the tablets, the earphones, and the wearables. So laptop radiation is due to the need to be connected to Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals for browsing the internet or transmitting files. They also have internet parts that are made of metal, such as laptop battery and antennas that amplify these signals. So, yung laptop natin, because of these metallic accessories, nagkakaroon ng emission ng heat. Just like my laptop, the laptop I'm using, no, yung keyboard, meron siyang light. And if you hold the keyboard, you will notice merong emission ng heat. So we become transmitter of heat, no? So yung heat na yun, nagtransmit. Sometimes, you will notice yung ating mga bata, mga pinagpapawisan na because they have absorbed a lot of heat, no? Then second, we have the Wi-Fi router. So wireless routers gives off electromagnetic radiation, which like wireless signal can pass through walls, no? Because this system are not turned off at night, it means people are exposed to it round the clock. In addition, most homes will have Wi-Fi router installed. This means the EMF signal you are exposed to and have to worry about are not just limited to your own home, but your neighbors, not to mention public areas as well. Just imagine your home, no? You have a Wi-Fi router, no? If you put it inside the room, the bedroom, yung emission ng electromagnetic radiation very high inside the room, no? So, ano yung mga effects, no? Sometimes nakikita natin yung mga parents hindi pinapatay yung cellphone sa gabi, nilalagay sa ilalim ng unan, no? Just imagine the effects. There was a study regarding the relationship of this cell phone and tumor in the brain, no? Dinalagay yung cellphone sa unan, and just imagine, let's say the father has 2 cell phones, the mother has 3, the child has 1. So in one room, 5 yang active na gumagana, no? So just imagine the radiation emitted by the Wi-Fi router and the cell phone itself. So we would advise na pagkagabi i-turn off lahat, no? Cell phone, the Wi-Fi router, anyway, hindi naman siya gagamitin. Just to protect us against whatever electromagnetic radiation that we're exposed. Then hypersensitivity to electromagnetic field is frequently claimed to be linked to a variety of non-specific somatic and neurophysiological complaints, no? They demonstrated significant cognitive and neurobiological alteration pointing to a higher genuine individual vulnerability of electromagnetic hypersensitivity, no? So, maraming side effects. So, it is best kung natutulog tayo sa gabi, i-turn off natin yung mga routers and even yung mga cell phone. Then, tablets, very common among kids, especially even babies, no? As young as 3 months. Para tumahimik, parents give them tablets, no? And again, if you hold the tablets, makita mo, nag-i-emit siya ng heat, no? So, it is transferred and the body absorbs so that after hours of using them, mapapansin niyo yung mga bata pinagpapawisan, lalo na yung kanilang mga buhok, ano? Pawis na pawis yan. So, we would recommend na you should limit the number of hours, no, the child should be engaged with digital devices. Then we have earphones. Very common ngayon, uso sa mga kabataan, yung magagandang earphone. Kaya lang, because they are heat transmitter, we don't advise this kind of earphones. The best is you use the air tube type of earphones. So, wag ganitong klaseng earphone kasi these are heat conductors. So, we would recommend air tube headset, no? Kasi hindi siya heat conductor. And then, we have wearables. I remember one of my patients with color blindness, no? We were able to manage his red and green color deficiency. But after, siguro, he had this treatment during the summer vacation. And so when we went back to school, doon sa ating online schooling, binili siya ng mga gadgets with a lot of lights, accessories. And then, I noticed na after 30 days, no, in a new environment, yung kanyang problem sa red and green, color deficiency, bumalik, no? Bumalik. So, I have to ask him during online consultation, can I see your room? And then nakita ko yung room niya, yung laptop niya with all those illumination accessories. And then inside the room also, masyadong madilim, no? And then ang dami din niyang mga lights na flashes of lights, no? So we have to really remove all these wearables accessories if not needed in the workplace because these are added hazard to our learners. And also, prolonged use of the digital devices can cause insomnia, no? So, electromagnetic radiation, prolonged exposure may cause sleep disturbances or insomnia because the melatonin, which is a natural hormone produced by the pineal gland activity in the brain that regulates the body sleep-wake cycle, no, hindi siya nare-release. So the pineal gland is likely to sense EMF as light, no? So ang tingin niya, yung pineal gland, dahil maliwanag, exposed ka dun sa light from the monitor, akala mo umaga pa. And because of that, the melatonin is not released. So our learners, our kids cannot fall asleep, no? Hindi sila makatulog because of the decrease in the melatonin production. So because of this, we would recommend that each one, even teachers, school administrators, and learner, to practice the 2020 rule, which will be discussed by Dr. Maurice Paredes, no? And of course, we would recommend that you have to really blink your eyes 12 to 15 times per minute to assure that there is sufficient tears to lubricate the eye. And then we have to use proper room illumination to be able to see clearly at far and near. I guess that's all about the effects of the digital devices and what to do, no, in order that we will be protected against any radiation emitted by the digital devices that we're using. So, Sir Idroy, can I turn over to Dr. Maurice Paredes for the Rule 2020? Sir Idroy. So, our next mentor is Dr. Maurice Paredes. He is a faculty member of the College of Optometry of the National University. She was former chairman of the Board of Optometry of the Professional Regulation Commission. And a fellow of the Civitan International Research Center at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. Welcome, Dr. Maris Paredes.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Tess. Good afternoon, everybody. Idroy, can I share my screen?
Yes po, Dr. Maris.
Okay. There. Okay, again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Yambot, for that wonderful introduction. And yes, I'm Dr. Marisa Bater Paredes, and I'm here to discuss with you the digital eye strain and its management. A lot of you have already heard about digital eye strain, but there are also some people who have not. Now, can you see my screen well?
Yes po, Doktora.
Buo ba? Kasi sa akin parang hindi siya masyadong buo eh.
Yes po, buo po.
Oh, good. Okay. Let me just define what digital eye strain is. Now, for those of you who have not heard about digital eye strain, okay, it is a group of eye and vision-related problems that result from prolonged computer, tablet, e-reader, and cell phone use, which means there's too much screen time exposure and staring at the computer screen, cell phones, and digital devices. So next, okay, it is already an emerging public health issue. I think it was also mentioned by Dr. Maria Corazon Dumlao a while ago, no? Because 90% already of digital device users experience symptoms of digital eye strain. While technology is empowering, it also puts a large amount of stress on the human eye. Now, what are the common symptoms associated with asthenopia or what we call digital eye strain? So here are the symptoms: irritated or burning eyes, dry eyes, itching or redness of the eye, headache, sensitivity to bright light or photophobia, and eye discomfort. Okay. Now, what are the factors that affect these symptoms? Of course, number one is uncorrected refractive error. Ano ba ibig sabihin ng uncorrected refractive error? Because sometimes, because we're doing near work, ang laptop natin or computer natin is halos ano lang natin ang tag dito at arm's length. So, ang buhay natin is just looking at the screen near our eyes, no? So, ang alam natin parang it's still clear. But actually, hindi natin alam that we're already suffering from, let's say, myopia or hyperopia or other errors of refraction, or pwedeng parehong nearsighted, farsighted, or lahat na ng errors of refraction, nandiyan na pala, presbyopic na pala tayo, astigmatism na pala tayo, or astigmatic pala tayo. So, we really have to see to it that itong uncorrected refractive error na ito ma-address. Okay, number two is accommodative and vergence anomalies. Vision disorders affect visual performance of an individual when doing near tasks. Okay, we are going to explain that later. A colleague of mine will be, let me see, will be explaining that in a while. Okay, number three is altered blinking pattern. It was already mentioned by Dr. Yambot a while ago that it is very important that we blink, no? Because sometimes when we're doing our work in front of the computer and we're so engaged already, I'm guilty of this sometimes, we forget to blink when we should be blinking like 12 to 15 blinks per minute, no? And sometimes that causes kasi dry eyes. So we should not forget talaga, we should be aware of that we should be blinking to lubricate our eyes. Okay, number four, excessive exposure to intense light and glare on digital screen because our eyes can only take so much glare, no? So, medyo i-adjust talaga natin yung monitor, yung contrast ng monitor natin. So, number five, smaller font size resulting in closer working distance. Okay, because the smaller the gadget, the smaller the font. Ako, syempre, for elderly, syempre, meron man tayong way of enlarging the fonts, it still should fit inside that gadget. So, ang tendency is to make it smaller unless we have our eyeglasses on our corrective, no? Or yung proper, ano daw dito, yung prescription natin, then we will be able to see clearly. No? But these are all the factors that affect our symptoms. Katulad na sabi ko kanina, uncorrected refractive error, kung hindi nako-correct yan, sasakit talaga yung mga ulo natin. So, how do we manage these factors affecting the symptoms? Number one is, of course, consult an optometrist for a comprehensive eye exam. Appropriate correction of refractive error, including astigmatism and presbyopia. Okay, it's very important. Ito talaga, when you feel something, when you feel those symptoms that I mentioned a while ago, the first thing talaga we should do is consult an optometrist. Go to the eye doctor. Now, when we go to the eye doctor, of course, meron tayong patient history. And there, the doctor is going to ask you a lot of questions. Andyan na yung medical history natin. Andyan yung ano ba, what do we do? What are activities? What do we do on a daily basis? And how many, if you're computer exposed, how many hours are you exposed in front of the computer? And we should be ready to answer those questions, no? Because the doctor needs to hear all that. Number two, letter B is visual acuity testing. We go through that pag binibigyan tayo ng eye refraction when we go to the doctor, because the doctor makes us look at that chart, no, with letters, and that is going to explain later by my colleague what visual acuity testing is. Okay, then we have the preliminary testing. So these are the steps when we go to the eye doctor. Preliminary testing, this is also very important kasi dito itetest yung magkakaroon tayo ng color vision test, contrast sensitivity test. Our tears have to be tested also. No, kailangan makita natin if you are already suffering from dry eye syndrome. Okay, the letter D, refraction. Of course, that is or the way of the doctor, no, to see and be able to diagnose kung ano ba talaga ang error of refraction natin and give us the proper grade for our eyeglasses and contact lenses. And letter E is eye teaming, because our eyes have to work together. Team talaga sila eh. Now, kung nagkakanya-kanya sila, then the doctor would see that and meron tayong problema doon, and we can perform other tests for that, no? Okay, next, of course, number two, under the management, we have, again, this is always a reminder, blinking exercise. It's really, really very important because it's very uncomfortable when you are already suffering from dry eye syndrome. No, it's very important that we lubricate. No, we lubricate our eyes. Kasama niyan yung number three, use of lubricating eye drops. Yes, we ask our patients, no, if we see that their eyes are extremely dry or that they're very exposed to computer for so many hours in a day, we ask them also to use lubricating eye drops. But I have patients who would tell me, Doc, ang bilis naman maubos ng eye drops ko kasi bibili na naman ako. But sometimes, you know, it's also good to exercise yung natural way. Kaya sinasabi ko rin talaga sa kanila, alam mo, mag-yawn ka, learn to yawn, do it the natural way, because when you yawn, you produce tears. Or minsan sinasabi ko pa nga, pumunta ka sa isang tabi when you're working, tapos mag-emote ka. Because sometimes, when you do those things, you na-exercise ulit, no, yung pag-produce natin ng tears. But, to make it, I don't know, very convenient, you always have to have those eye drops on your pocket, especially kung ang office ninyo fully air-conditioned, tapos meron fan na nakatapat sa inyo, naku, that can also be factors, no, in contributing factors para magkaroon tayo ng dry eyes. Number four, contact lens which enhance comfort. Because we have patients who would prefer to wear contact lenses. Because sometimes, syempre, pag nakasalamin kasi, there's limited field of vision. Pag naka-contact lens, parang feeling mo wala kang suot, parang normal yung grade mo. But the thing is, balikan natin yung sinabi ko kanina, you still have to be assessed if you are a good candidate in wearing contact lenses. Kaya kanina nabanggit ko na meron tayong tear test. Now, if you are a good candidate, when we have a lot of contact lenses already, no, that would fit your needs.
Abo, dito bagang mudol kag mudol.
Ako ba yun? Okay. Next, okay, number 5 sa management. Diniambot has mentioned this earlier, but I'd like to explain what this is all about. Okay, number 5 is take breaks. It is very important that we take breaks. Okay. Okay. Okay, ano ba ibig sabihin nitong take breaks? 20-20-20 rule. Okay, 20-20. It means every 20 minutes, look 20 feet and beyond because that relaxes our eyes for 20 seconds at dinagdagan na namin yun ng 20 blinks pa. Mag-blink kayo ng 20 times. Ulitin natin whether you're home, working from home, or in an office setup, in school, wherever you are, take breaks. So every 20 minutes, stare 20 feet and beyond, because that relaxes your eyes for 20 seconds, and dagdagan nyo na ng 20 blinks to lubricate your eyes. Okay? So that's very important. Lagi nyo aalalahanin yan. Kung alam nyo na ito, ituro nyo na rin sa mga katabi ninyo, ituro nyo na rin sa mga pamilya nyo because it's very, very important to take care of our eyes, our vision. Okay, number 6, prevention. Prevention pa rin talaga ang pinakamaganda under management because we know naman that prevention is still better than cure. It is the main strategy for management of digital eye strain because this involves ensuring an ergonomic work environment and practice. If you would take a look at my screen, ergonomics talagang napaka-importante din talaga yan. No, because our computers, yung position ng computers talaga natin should optimally the computer screen should be like 15 to 20 degrees below eye level, medyo mababa sa atin ng konti para hindi eye level talagang ganyan because yung glare diretso talaga sa mga mata natin, so slightly lower, no? So 15 to 20 degrees below eye level, which is about 4 to 5 inches below, no, the eyes, and the distance from our eyes to the computer screen should be 20 to 28 inches. Maa-achieve natin yan if we are wearing the right prescription for our eyes, no? Kasi kung hindi natin, let's say, we are myopics, no? Yung nearsighted tayo, our tendency talaga, kasi medyo malayo kan, our tendency is to go near the screen. And that shouldn't be. Lalo masasaktan yung mga mata natin. So talagang kaya babalik tayo ulit. It's very important that you go to your doctor and get a comprehensive eye examination. Now next, okay. It is also very important under prevention to educate patients about our digital eye strain. No? Like what we're doing on our side, it is very important that we educate our patients about it. Ngayon, be engaged also. No? Kapag tinuturo sa inyo ng doctors talaga yan, you should be asking questions also and be honest with whatever you're feeling because that's the only way we will be able to understand and be able to diagnose and be able to give you some tips also on what to do, no? And we will able to manage it correctly. And visual examination eye care to treat visual disorders, I've already mentioned that. Creating awareness on the impact of digital eye strain on daily lives, which is what we're doing right now, no? Creating awareness. Okay, let me just share with you before I end, no, digital eye strain and COVID-19 pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, studies have shown that there was a worldwide increase in electronic device usage because forced social isolation or lockdown, no, we were asked, no, to be on a lockdown, sa loob lang tayo ng bahay or nakakulong tayo, or if it's not so important, we're not going out. Now, we had limited access to family members, friends, and social system. Now, that caused anxiety, loneliness, and depression, which is why individuals use their gadgets more. It was also mentioned a while ago, no? And it is that is because it is their connection to the outside world to relieve them from the stress from news and everything that's happening around. And to add to that, talagang naging go-to nila talaga yung mga gadgets nila, lalo na yung mga teens, lalo na yung mga school age, lalo na yung, but they're also office people, kahit nga, actually yung mom ko, 87 years old, but nasa gadget siya talaga. And I would, time and again, I would remind her. Because syempre to ease, no, yung anxiety na naramdaman mo talaga. And nakakasanayan na nila. And even after school, dire-diretso na. So talagang tumaas talaga yung percentage natin ng meron talagang digital eye strain, lalo na ngayon pandemic. Okay. Effects of too much evening screen exposure. Exposed na nga tayo the whole day because of online learning and working from home and our work in the office. Ina-extend pa natin yun buong gabi. Ganon. So, ang effect niyan is obesity, chronic neck and back problem, chronic health condition. Number 2 is insomnia. It has already been discussed by Dr. Yambot, but I would like to tell you again, sleep disturbances. Because the blue light that is being emitted from digital screens interfere with production of sleep hormones, which is melatonin in our body. And we know that we have to be getting an average of 8 hours of sleep a day. No, that's very important. And napakahirap pag talagang hindi tinamaan kayo ng insomnia because lack of sleep impairs performance. It reduces alertness, shortens attention span, it makes us very unproductive. It affects learners' school performance. Ayan, sa picture natin, ganyan nangyayari sa kanila, no? Yung mga children, yung mga nasa klase natin, kung di talaga sila nakatulog ng mabuti, and buti sana if they're really researching or something, but sometimes they do gaming. And it's sometimes very addicting. So, napupuyat sila. So, the next day, this is what happens to them. So, they're very unproductive. And even in an office setup, if you aren't able to get that much sleep, enough sleep, you have this tendency to be sluggish. And I'm sorry for that. You have the tendency to be lazy and sluggish. Okay, so it makes us very unproductive. So I think that's the end of my talk. And before I end, again, I would like to tell everyone, it's really, really best to go to an eye doctor. I know you have been seeing online about these lenses, blue lenses that you can just buy so cheap, and that it's very attractive. The prices are very attractive. Yes, I understand that, especially now that syempre nagtitipid mode din naman tayo. But it's still better to consult the doctor, because as I mentioned earlier, of course, yung mga nasa online eyeglasses kasi, they're all without grade. No? And of course, kami mga doctors, we always look for FDA-approved lenses. And siyempre, hindi biro yung ine-emit na blue light na sa atin at sa mga anak natin. So we have to make sure that their eyes are protected, not just because we have it's color blue and it's protection already. No? So it's better talaga that we see first if there are errors of refraction, then we will address that immediately. So thank you so much to everyone. I hope you have learned from my talk today, digital eye strain and its management. So thank you so much. So, Idroy.
Yes po, Dr. Ramaris, before we proceed to our next resource speaker, let's thank our partners po muna. Thank you po, dear partners. And let's watch the short video for our partners.
The last 2 years have been very stressful and uncertain for most of us. Trying out a new look
or a new color can uplift our mood and spirit.
Let's breathe a little and make this world a colorful place again.
One eye at a time
with Air Optics.
Air Optics colors.
Bring out your true beauty and color.
Okay.
You want to see every day in complete focus, crisp and clear. But astigmatism can blur your world. Astigmatism is a common eye condition where the curve of the cornea is not uniform. So light rays don't focus properly, Some people try contact lenses for astigmatism but give up due to dryness, discomfort, and poor vision. Fortunately, there's a new option. Introducing Air Optics Plus Hydroglide for Astigmatism contact lenses. With our Precision Balance 8-4 lens design for clear, stable vision with every blink. Discover a world of long-lasting lens moisture. Hydroglide Moisture Matrix surrounds your lenses in moisture for lens surface hydration that lasts up to 16 hours each day. Enjoy more contact lens moisture. Switch to new Air Optics Plus Hydroglide for Astigmatism contact lenses.
Yes. Okay. For our next speaker, I think Dr. Bianis will not be with us today, Joy. So let me just introduce our next speaker. Yes, our next speaker is another colleague of mine from the field of optometry. He is a consultant at the Federal Mundo Vision Care Research and Training Institute. He is the present governor of Civitan International Philippine District and is also an NU MOA College of Optometry faculty member. May I present to you Dr. Noel Paet.
Good afternoon. Okay. My topic for this afternoon is functions of vision assessment. I think my first topic is about lenses. Sir Android.
It's about the blue light. Doc Noel, yung blue light, mamaya pa yung functional after Doc Anilin. Sir Android.
Sir Android, blue light po. Okay.
Visible na po ba ang aking screen, Sir Doc Noel?
Hindi pa po.
Sir Android, about the blue light.
Yung blue light po, Sir Android.
Yan. Visible na po, Doc Noel?
Yes po, yes po, yes po.
Thank you po.
Okay. My topic is about blue light. Okay, Sir Android, please play the video. Okay, the blue light is a visible light close into the spectrum that give higher wavelength and visible to the also known as HEV blue light. So what is the difference of blue light? We have bad blue light, and then we have also the good blue light. Okay, so right, next slide po. Okay. Here in the UVA, UVB, and we have also UVA and UVB. You can, if you notice, makikita natin to sa mga sunglasses, no? So sa mga ordinary sunglasses, meron tayong UVB, UVA, pero with the use of protection for the computer, especially this pandemic, no? So we have visible lights of 50 nanometer, and then we have a 45 invisible light of infrared. So ito yung pinoprotectionan natin na dapat hindi makapasok yung 100% na blue light sa eyes natin kasi po makakasira po siya sa ating retina. Next slide. So with this, if you notice, we have a different kinds of UV. So as a patient or individual, so once na magbibili tayo ng mga sunglasses or dun sa online eyeglasses, make sure na dapat po FDA approved po sila, no? Kagaya ng sabi ng faculty ko kanina, FDA approved, no? With UVB, UVA. So kung makikita ninyo, so once na wala tayong ginagamit na blue light, so yung cornea and then the retina is nakaka-affect, then nakaka-lessen ng contrast sensitivity. So heavy use of a blue light may cause a dry eyes, cataract, and retinal problem, and contrast sensitivity. Next slide. Next slide po. Okay. Visible light. So visible light, ito yung nakikita natin na glare, no? With the use of both eyes, no? So yung glare po, once nakakapasok yan to the lens and retina, so nagkakaroon ng opacity, malabo yung paningin, no? O nagkakaroon ng contrast sensitivity problem or yung distinguish ng color. So UVB and HEV, so ito yung mga protection sa mata natin na dapat nating hanapin sa paggagamit natin ng corrective lenses or eyeglasses. So meron tayong good blue light, yun nga po yung 30 to 35 nanometer na blue light, yun po yung good blue lights. Next slide po. Yun. Okay. So again, so once na once na bibili tayo ng mga corrective lenses, dapat po pumunta tayo sa eye doctor. Even expensive po, sabi ng ibang patient, doc, mahal po kasi sa doctor. So sa doctor po, sa amin pong optometrist, talagang make sure namin na FDA approved kasi nga po, yung eyes po natin, ayan po yung napaka-important sa ating 5 senses, no? Yung eyes natin. So FDA approved pag once na pumunta tayo sa mga eye doctor natin. So unlike sa mga online na nabibili natin, so wala tayong idea or talagang 100 possible yan is less, wala talaga siyang protection coating lang po. So yun po yung difference ng blue light. And then ang difference naman ng multi-coated, kasi may nagsasabi, Doc, bakit may multi-coated po? So yung multi-coated po, ang protection lang po niya is yung basic lang po na UV protection lang po sa multi-coated. Pero once na gumagamit tayo ng 8 to 10 hours po sa computer, mas hanapin natin po na lens po is yung blue light. So once na pupunta tayo sa ating eye doctors, no, sa mga optometrists, itanong natin sa mga doctors nyo yung blue light po kasi yun po yung best po sa mga nagko-computer po sa ating lahat. So yun po yung topic ko for the blue light. Thank you po.
With a subjective review of our blue-coated eyeglasses. So first off, we have from Baobab Eyewear. I got this for 349 pesos. So ito yung package niya. So meron siyang soft case. Inside, there is a microfiber. With the feel of the microfiber, I don't recommend using this one kasi medyo magaspang siya. So with the type of cloth, baka magasgas ng lens pag ito yung ginamit natin na pang wipe ng lenses. Ano pa ba meron? So they have this card as well. So this is from Baobab. And meron din siyang blue light. Pero medyo mahina yung light niya. Anyway, let's review the frame. So this is how it looks, guys. Then ito yung sides natin. So yung frame niya, this is acetic plastic. Then dito, this is definitely not stainless steel. So kung maririnig nyo, kapag acidic kayo guys, I don't really recommend using this type of frame kasi possible na...
Visible po ba yung video, Doc Noel?
Yes, okay na po.
Okay, thank you po.
Mag-fade siya and mag-rust siya eventually. Although this is okay. And maganda sa kanya is, meron siyang nose pads. So, ma-adjust siya sa face ninyo. For the lenses, kung mapapansin nyo, pag minove natin siya, you can see the greenish tint. So, that's the coating. So, meron siyang konting yellowish tint. Then, let's wear it. So pag sinuot mo siya, may makikita kang yellow tint. At the same time, yung contrast niya, hindi ganun kaganda. So yung binabasa kong letters doon, medyo nag-blur siya nung sinuot ko to. Then let's try out. So meron naman siyang anti-reflection, hindi siya masyado ganun kamasakit sa eyes. I'll show you how it feels. Some of the light are being reflected back, some of the light nagpa-pass through. Although may konting silaw pa rin pag sinusuot siya. So mamaya, itetest na natin ito under the microwave. So I will put a letter B. Yung isa lang. This is baobab.
Okay.
Ang i-surface naman natin is this one. Ito yung check natin. So nilagay natin yung markings on the back para hindi maghalo-halo yung lenses natin. The next eyeglasses is from Summer Eyewear. I got this overseas. So sa China pa siya galing. This is 269 pesos. It comes with a packaging. Although yun lang, medyo maliit yung packaging niya with the frame. So hindi siya kasha. Pero pwede siguro gamitin to sa ibang eyeglasses. For the microfiber niya, mas manipis.
So yung tinatopic dito about wiper, so yung ibang mga online eyeglasses po is marami silang types ng wiper. So yung tamang wiper po dapat po is smooth kasi po nakakagasgas po yan sa mga lens natin. So dito po in-explain po ni Dr. Rabian na different types of lenses na nabibili natin sa online. So kung napansin po ninyo, yung price po niya is mas cheaper. Quality po na hinahanap natin as a protection po sa mata natin. So wala po siya masyadong makha. Unlike po sa prescription eyeglasses or kung galing po sa eye doctor optometry with the FDA-approved lenses, so meron tayong 100% na protection po. No? So in-explain po dito yung different types of frames galing po sa online seller po na natin sa online. So, actually makikita nyo yung ibang patient namin, may mga dala pa silang mga tester. So ito po yung ginagawa ni Dr. Rabian na ini-emphasize po niya yung different po ng good lenses at saka yung meron silang mga tester na hindi naman angkop na dapat pang tester sa mata to test the types of lenses po.
Blurry. Pero kung titingnan nyo ha, i-test natin siya dito sa sinasabi nilang blue light glasses. So when we shine a light here, wala siya. Kasi ang nangyari niyan, parang kinalat niya yung lahat ng blue light dito sa lens na to. Kaya hindi siya tumagos dito. Which is not good kasi di ba meron nga tayong tinatawag na good blue light and the bad blue light. Pagka na-shinean siya ng light, lumalabo yung vision mo while wearing the glasses, which I think might lead to more eye strain and more headache. Ang concept kasi nung lens na to, para kang kumuha ng plastic. Tapos, pinupi-tupi mo siya. Di ba? Pag ginanon mo, kumalat siya. Nakita niyo guys, parang same effect siya nung light dito.
So yan po yung mga basic po natin as a patient po. Yan po yung basic po natin ma-identify kung ano ba talaga yung lens na best po para sa atin. Kasi marami pong nag-claim po sa online seller na yung mga items nila is may UV protection. Pero with this test or basic test po na in-explain po namin as a eye practitioner, so magkakaroon tayo ng idea kung bakit po merong mas cheaper frame, mas cheaper lenses na wala naman talagang nakakatulong. Or iba pa nga pong patient kasi nga po may mga waves po yan. So nagkakaroon ng headache, vomiting, dahil po sa gumagamit ng not FDA-approved lenses. So meron po tayong FDA, one of the FDA spectacle company. Okay, Sir Android, can you please play the video of the FDA company of the spectacle lenses?
Light is crucial in our everyday life. It helps us see the world, and it's essential for our well-being. Yet part of light can be harmful for our eyes. The sun's primary danger is in the form of ultraviolet rays, but it's also the largest source of harmful blue-violet light. Additional harmful blue light is emitted by digital devices and artificial light sources. Day after day, year after year, our exposure to harmful light is growing as we are living longer, and there are more and more artificial lights and digital screens. We need to protect our eyes from harmful light while taking advantage from the beneficial one. Blue-violet light has been identified as the most harmful light to the outer retina. It activates lipofuscin phototoxic components and may cause retinal cell death. UV rays have a cumulative impact on our eyes. They may accelerate eye aging and the early appearance of cataracts. Today, Essilor introduces blue UV filter lenses, conceived to protect your eyes from harmful UV and blue-violet light every day. Carefully selected molecules embedded in the lens allow to efficiently filter out harmful light, while letting beneficial light pass through, offering 100% UV rays cut, and up to 3 times more protection against harmful blue-violet light. Additional molecules are added to neutralize the yellow residual tint, allowing for optimal clear lenses. Colors are preserved, so you can enjoy the natural look of your surroundings. Blue UV filter lenses help to protect your eyes and to preserve your everyday well-being. It's the perfect solution for the whole family, every day.
See more, do more. Essilor.
So as a eye practitioner, the optometrists have a different manufactured FDA-approved lenses like Essilor and then Plastilens International and then MTC. So go to your nearest optometrist so that you have good and quality lenses for your protection for the eyes, especially for this pandemic or for the digital online study. No, so good afternoon, and we have next speaker. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is incoming faculty of National University College of Optometry, residents of FDM Vision Care Research and Training Institute, also
Dr. Mel.
Okay, our next speaker is our co-faculty of National University College of Optometry, also residents of Fidel Mundo Medical Center Vision Care Research Training Institute, also fellow scholar of Civitan International Research Center, and then practice of occupational eye health and safety vision development. Our next speaker is Dr. Anilyn Cruz.
Hi, good afternoon. Sir Idroy, let me share my screen. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Anilyn Cruz, and I'm here to talk about the different tests that we're going to give on our online consultations. But first, I think it's more than 20 minutes that we are staring at our computer. Maybe I ask everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to look for a view 20 feet and beyond. And let's relax our accommodation first. Let's try to a little exercise of the eye. Let's rotate our eyes clockwise, counterclockwise. Let's close our eyes and push our eyeball inward, open, push it outward, and then blink. Okay, we are now about to start. Again, I am Dr. Anilyn Cruz, and as I've said, I'm going to talk about the functional vision assessment. These are the tests we're going to give you in our online consultation. First, we have to understand what is vision assessment. It measures how well a person uses vision to perform a routine task in different places and different materials throughout the day. It is performed by a doctor of optometry. An optometrist diagnoses what is affecting the learner's ability to see clearly. In most cases, your doctor can prescribe eyeglasses, contact lenses, or a vision therapy program that will help improve your vision. First, we're going to test the visual acuity. What is visual acuity? It is a test used to determine one's visual clarity. A patient is asked to read the letters from a chart at a distance. This is a common visual test used by many optometrists and ophthalmologists worldwide. On our online consultation, we are going to use the chart 2020, which is developed by Mr. Scientist Alan Heitowitz. It is a static visual acuity testing with the use of letter chart. We test the right eye and then the left eye to determine the errors of refraction. It is how it looks like. Pag pumunta kayo sa isang clinic, di ba, they usually cover your right eye first and pinapabasa po kayo kung hanggang 10 na babasa nyo. Also on the left eye, papabasahin ko like sabihin sa inyo, ang vision nyo po is 20/20, it means normal. Pag naging 20/30, 20/50, it means meron po tayong problema sa mata or tinatawag nating errors of refraction. Okay. Ang normal eye po ay yung tinatawag nating emmetropia. Yun po yung the rays of light coming from the outside is exactly focused on the retina with accommodation being at rest. Okay, what are the different errors of refraction? These are the types of vision problems that make it hard to see clearly. Okay, first, let's talk about hyperopia. Farsightedness, yun po yung lagi nating nadidinig. Ano? It makes nearby objects looks blurry. What are the symptoms of this farsightedness? Trouble in focusing on nearby objects, headache, blurry vision, eye strain, fatigue, or headache after you do a close-up task, such as reading. Okay, children usually have small eyes so that the rays of light focus is behind the retina. The ciliary muscles contract to bring focus exactly on the retina, known as accommodation. Most children are hyperopic or farsighted. But due to constant near work ng mga estudyante natin ngayon, nagkakaroon tayo ng accommodative spasm. As we have learned kanina earlier, nag-a-accommodate ang what are the accommodative spasms that may be triggered by the following factors? Visual overload like TV, computer, studies in the evening, bad lighting at the workplace, bad day regimen, not enough fresh air, walk, sports, and sleep, bad sizing of table, chair, child's height, bad eye to look book distance. It should be 30 to 35 centimeters optimal. Weakness of the neck, the back muscles, blood supply, disturbance in cervical spine, irrational nutrition, vitamin deficiency, lack of physical activity. What are the manifestations of accommodative spasm? Fast fatigue when working with near located objects, burning or smarting sensation, reddening of the eyes. Makikita niyo po, mapapansin kung maghapon po kayo nag-work, lalo na po yung mga bata, pulang-pula na po yung mga mata nila, yung mga veins nila talagang nagdadilate na po. Ganun po mapapansin niyo. Image located near is clear. The one far off is blurred, doubling sometimes. A child is tired at classes sooner. Learning progress is slow. Headaches often mistaken for growing up alterations. Okay. Pag too much near work po ang mga bata na normally hyperopic sila pag bata, nagkakaroon po sila ng pseudomyopia. Pseudomyopia occurs when a spasm of ciliary muscles prevent eyes from focusing in the distance. So it may develop because of organic reasons. parasympathetic nervous system stimulation, or functional reasons such as eye strain, long-term near work, or emotional stress. This is different from myopia, which is caused by the eye shape or other basic anatomy. A child experiencing symptoms of pseudomyopia may report that the classroom board is easy to see earlier in the school days and less so in the afternoon. So lumalabo na po yung mata nila sa hapon. Okay, pseudomyop, yun po yung studying for a test, ang tagal-tagal po sa screen. So nag-i-increase po yung ciliary tonus, nagkaka-eye strain sila, that may lead to pseudomyopia. Pag hindi po properly na-address sa mga bata yung pseudomyopia, nagiging myopia na po yan. So nearsightedness. Pag mapapansin niyo po yung mga anak nyo, malabo na ang tingin nila sa malayo, so lumalapit na po sila sa TV, sa monitor, nag-i-squint na sila ng ganon para mag-accommodate. Yun po, nagkakaroon na po ng myopia. We also have this astigmatism. Astigmatism can make far away and nearby objects looks blurry. What are the symptoms of astigmatism? Blurred or distorted vision, eye strain or discomfort, headache, trouble and difficulty in seeing at night, and squinting. So, pag makikita niyo po sa prescription niyo, there are corrections for the vision disorders. Pag myopia po, makikita niyo po yung nakalagay minus, tas may number po sa prescription. Yeah, we give glass lens, and astigmatism, we give a cylinder lens. Okay. We also need to check the contrast sensitivity, and we use the chart 2020. Dun po sa ating testing, aside from the visual acuity, we also give the contrast sensitivity test. Why? Contrast sensitivity test is used to determine retina condition that may be affected by a prolonged exposure to illumination emitted by digital monitor. Pag too much po kasi ang exposure, nasisira po yung ating retina, so we need to check it. So yun po yung contrast sensitivity test. Okay, ang steps po niya sa ating online consultation, same, cover the right eye and left eye. Ito po, magpiprint na po yan ng results kaagad sa ating online consultation. So, sa ating online consultation, we have this DIOP 2020 chart. It is a dynamic visual acuity test, also developed by Mr. Scientist Alan Heitowitz. So, same po ito, cover left eye, right eye, we need to test. Tapos po, automatic na po ang magiging result niyan. I'll just show you a sample video on how.
A diop is a rotating optic type whose gaps and segments provide a strobic stimulus to the photoreceptors of the eye. The smallest image detected as rotating becomes the acuity indicator and refraction endpoint. As the rotating gaps and segments get smaller, their strobic stimulus is not large enough for their motion to be detected. The remote controller, keyboard, mouse, or iPad allow for rapid and simple control of the images and testing. The smallest diameter image detected as rotating becomes the acuity and refraction endpoint. Pausing or reversing the rotation or switching the rotating image location provides an accurate and simple indicator of false positives. The added diop precision eliminates both patient and doctor visual fatigue. The diop test provides a precise and more consistent, accurate, and efficient measure of acuity than static image.
So, yun po yung diop testing. So, yun po ang gagamitin natin sa remote setting, sa online consultation. Kahit po nandito kami, ma-reach nyo po kami. So, yun po, sasabihin nyo lang kung saan umiikot. Madali po, pero accurate testing po. So, does 2020 mean a perfect vision? 2020 vision only indicates the sharpness or clarity of vision in a specific distance. Other important vision skills includes peripheral awareness or sight vision, color vision, eye coordination, and depth perception. It all contribute to your overall vision ability, which will be discussed further by Dr. Noel. So with that, I am Dr. Angeline Cruz again and willing to serve. Okay, may I call on again Dr. Noel?
Yes, good afternoon. Okay. My next topic is about a function of vision assessment number 2, no, continues to the Doc Annalyn. So number 1 is a color vision test. So color vision test is to check if the learner can accurately see the spectral color, to identify the learner who might be struggle in school activity that require the excellent color vision perception skills, provide the treatment to improve the ability to see the spectral color precisely. So to check, meron ba akong color vision? May deficiency ba ako? Color blind po ba ako? You can go to the optometrist nearest to your community. We have lots of optometrists, the eye doctor. So we performed the Ishihara test. This is Ishihara test, the very famous test chart for screening the color deficiency or color blind. So Ishihara test identify and classify the color vision deficiency case that affect the learner, especially in performance. So meron tayong for adult, meron din po tayong for children po, no? Yung mga shape, i-trace po niya yon. So identify the learners may be congenital or acquired, no? So yung ibang patient natin, Doc, bakit ako nagkaroon ng color deficiency or color blind, no? So pag ma-examine tayo ng ating eye practitioner na optometrist, malalaman natin with the history kung saan nanggaling yung color deficiency or color blind. Possible, meron tayong retinal detachment. For example, nasuntok po kayo, nagkaroon ka ng eye injury, nagkaroon tayo ng take ng too much ng steroid. So, or sa hereditary, no, sa mga parents natin. So, we perform this color vision test, Ishihara. And then next, the D15. The D15 is one also of the instrument for identify the color deficiency of the patient. To minimize the color deficiency. It can be a test for difficulty. We need to arrange from darker to lighter, no? So ito yung mga slides. So ito po yun. Sa chart 2020, so ito yung mga ginagamit doon. So i-arrange natin from darker to lighter. Next, fixation. So with too much computer, yung eyes ng patient po is more on nag-converge, nakapasok po. So with the test of fixation test, mamamonitor ng eye doctor ninyo kung pareho bang sabay bang pumapasok, sabay po bang gumagalaw yung movement ng ating 6 extraocular muscle. To ability to particulate this part of accurately static fixation. Kasi may mga patient, Doc, malinaw naman ang mata ng anak ko, nakikita niya yung malayo. Pero yung movement naman is may nystagmus po siya or mayroong gumagalaw yung eyes niya or pumapasok or lumalabas or walang focus or minsan sa school, nagkakaroon sila ng hindi nila nababasa yung mga letters or words, nagkakaroon ng skip po yung binabasa nila. So reading of words working on math problem, fixation of monocular or binocular fixation. Ito yung ginagawa namin as a therapy for a fixation test, no? Fixation target. And then the word for that test, so ito naman po, pina-perform din ng optometrist, no? So ma-identify natin kung yung function ba ng both eyes ng dalawang mata natin is conjugate, no? Kung sabay po ba sila, kasi meron pong case na normal ang vision nila pero hindi nila alam meron silang lazy eye. No, meron silang hindi gumagana yung isang muscle nila, yung isang eyeball nila compared po sa binocular vision natin, no? So binocular vision kasi dalawang eyes po yan, so dapat po yung function niya is sabay or pareho. So with the different types of a test for binocular vision, ma-assess ng optometrist po ninyo kung ano yung mga causes, kung bakit yung anak ko, Doc, nagkakaroon ng headache or minsan po nadadapa po sila. Or minsan po, Doc, yung pinapakuha kong isang object is hindi mo nakukuha. With the test of binocular vision, no? So ma-identify ng optometrist nyo, ng eye practitioner nyo, yung case ng ninyo dinadala or ng mga anak po ninyo. Binocular vision involves the image being projected each eye simultaneously into the area of space of being fused into a single image. So sabi ko nga kanina, both eyes, dapat dalawa nakikita natin. Pero nag-fuse po siya sa brain natin to a one. No? So ito yung word for that. Isa to sa mga test na ginagamit ng mga optometrists. No? And then, ito rin po yung stereopsis depth perception test. So, to check the stereopic or depth perception skills, it's purpose to measure how immediately the eye can be discern the difference in distance object from the observer. So, minsan yung isang parents pinapakuha yung spoon pero hindi naman spoon yung nakukuha niya, or minsan nauuntog yung bata or nadadapa. With that different type of test, no? So punta tayo sa ating eye doctor, sa optometrist. So ma-identify namin kung ano yung case, kung bakit nadadapa. Yung pala, meron pala silang depth perception problem, no? So with this test, word for that, and then Ranag-Leaf, and also stereofly, lung stereotype. So ito yung mga test na ginagamit ng mga optometrists, no, para ma-identify namin yung mga nadala ng patient, kung ano yung concern nila, kung bakit may kakaroon ng depth perception problem. With this, we have also therapy, vision therapy for this type of problem. Next, healthy eye. So, as a optometrist, eye doctor, yung eyes natin, again, yun yung napaka-important sa 5 senses natin. To keep your eyes healthy, you should be eat foods rich in certain vitamins and minerals, which help to relieve the eye fatigue, help to clean the blood and contain P and A, Mg, and vitamin B, C, E, U, and folic acid. And this is vitamins and nutrition. So, yung ibang patient po, yung mga bata, Dok, hindi kumakain ng gulay yung anak ko. So, anong gagawin ko, Dok? So, meron tayong mga multivitamins na kailangan sa mata natin. Or as a parents po, actually tayo po yung nag-introduce sa anak natin, kaya dapat priority natin pakainin sila ng mga healthy foods, no? Ng mga green vegetables. So as a parents po, andito yung mga vitamins na hindi lang over the counter na mabibili natin ng multivitamins, pero or kung sobrang busy po tayo, so meron tayong mga over the counter na multivitamins. Pero as a eye practitioner, ito yung hanapin natin sa mga vitamins na mga anak natin or sa ating as individual to protect our eyes. So lutein and xanthine and vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin E, and essential fatty acid, zinc and vitamin C, B6 and vitamin B9 and B12. So ito yung food na dapat piniprepare natin sa ating sa family natin, no? So yung vitamin A, so meron tayong carrots, no? Pumpkins and papaya. So milk and liver. So meron din tayong egg. So usually napaka-basic food po ito. Pero kailangan natin i-present o ihain natin sa mga anak natin habang mga bata pa po sila na nakakakain sila ng mga fruits and vegetables na meron silang makukuhang vitamin A, no? And then meron tayong vitamin C, vitamin E. So yung vitamin E naman, makukuha natin sa almond, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. So medyo sa vitamin E, nandyan lang din siya sa tabi-tabi lang, no? So mabibili natin siya, pero wag masyadong marami kasi nagkakaroon naman tayo ng arthritis po, no? Sa mga nuts. So sabi nga natin, pag sobra is masama din po sa katawan natin. So vitamin C, meron tayong cauliflower, cabbage, and lemon, and orange. So sa vitamin C, nakaka-protect din po ito sa ating para hindi agad magde-develop yung ating para hindi tayo magkakaroon agad ng cataract. So take vitamin C every day, and also sa vitamin A naman yung sa retina natin, no? And then next is lutein and xanthine. So si xanthine, meron tayong broccoli, no? Kale and corns and yolk. So instead na bibili tayo ng instant na food supplement, so nandito lang sa tabi-tabi lang or sa table lang natin or sa market po, makakabili tayo ng vitamins and nutrients na dapat po sa eyes natin to prevent the different kind of disease, no? And then anthocyanin, meron tayong blueberry and blackberry. So meron din po tayong omega-3. So omega-3 makakuha natin sa salmon, tuna, COD liver. So omega-3 good for the heart, pero nakakatulong din po siya sa ating pagkakaroon na mapiprevent yung pagkakaroon natin ng dry eyes. So that is my topic. Thank you very much and good afternoon po. Okay. Our next speaker is faculty of a National University College of Optometry, also board member of Fidel Mundo Vision Care Research Training Institute, also fellow of Civitan International Research Center, also pediatric optometry and occupational health and safety practitioner. Our next speaker is Dr. Sandra Bernardo.
Hello po, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Before po ako mag-start, I would like to acknowledge muna the presence of everyone. Grabe yung mga participants po natin. From Luzon, nandito po may mga representative tayo. Nakita ko po sa chat box. May mga representative po tayo from San Fernando, Pampanga. Meron pong Tagalawag. Meron pong sa Laguna, meron din po San Pablo, Aklan, Guimaras, Osamis, sa Mandaue sa Cebu, sa Pangasinan, sa Sipalay, Kawayan, Isabela, and Negros Oriental. So thank you very much po sa inyong participation. Nationwide po talaga yung coverage natin and we are so excited po na na-present namin sa inyo ngayong gabi. So ngayong hapon po yung ano. So bigyan lang po natin ng short summary, no. So ito pong presentation na to ay ginagawa namin po para po makapagbigay kami ng information, malawakan po yung aming advocacy na mai-present talaga sa inyo, lalo na po na kasama natin ng DepEd ngayon at napakalaki po ng influence ninyo para po sa inyong mga sinasakupan. Kasi po, alam naman natin lahat na mention po kanina yung effects ng blue light and how it is damaging to the eyes, no, if the prolonged use. So nabigyan din namin kayo, as discussed by Doc Maris, kung ano yung mga intervention na pwede po natin gawin, di ba? So yung 2020 rule na kailangan nire-remind po natin not just yung students but also yung mga family members natin that we are all engaged talaga in the digital gadgets at wala na, there's no way out. Siguro kahit bumalik po tayo sa normal, sigurado po na nandun pa rin ang ating pong exposure sa digital screen. So binigyan po ni Doc Annalyn tayo ng overview kung ano po yung mga gagawin na online. So para lang po sa kaalaman ng lahat, kami po ay nagko-conduct po ng online study at kami po ay tinitingnan namin yung effect nito para po sa mga learners o sa mga estudyante. So kami po ay available po kami lahat for that. And then Doc Noel has mentioned po yung continuation po kung ano po yung mga test na ginagawa namin. So the nutrients was also mentioned. So kailangan po na holistic po yung approach for us to have a healthy eye care. Okay po. So ako naman po, ang i-discuss po for today is yung pong vision care services. So ano po ba yung vision care services? So ang Fidel Mundo po, in partnership with NU MOA, because we are part of the faculty po kami ng National University in MOA. So kami po ay, we are offering our services for free for these learners. So next po tayo. Sir Idroy. So, ito po ay flowchart. So, I will be presenting the flowchart po. Paano po ba natin mabibigyan ng vision assessment yung mga learners? So, actually po, sige po, next po tayo. Yung pong mga learners, yung mga estudyante po ninyo will be given po a presentation. So, like ito po, we have presented po the importance of vision assessment na dapat po ay sa kinukuha po natin yan talaga sa mga optometrists. So ano po ba yung effect ng blue light and too much exposure at too much near works? Kung ano po yung mga nabibigay nun sa mata natin, no? Kung ano pong nadudulot nun. So next slide po. So kami po ay nag-present ngayon noon. So the next one po, ay gagawin po, yung mga schools po kasi na magpa-participate dito, which usually po ang ihahandle po namin is mga junior and senior high schools po kasi they will be able to fill up na po yung form on their own. Pero kung yung gusto po na magpa-assess din ng mga younger levels, pwede naman po. So paano po gagawin? Meron pong link na isa-send ngayon sa group chat natin, as a chat box, sa chat box natin. Tapos po, yung pong mga link na yon will be given to the learners. So ano pong gagawin nila? Survey form po kasi yon, it's through Google Forms. So doon po, we hope to identify po kung sino po yung mga learners na may mga possible vision problems. So ang galing po, no? So through this fill up of Google Form, i-assess po namin sila. So kailangan po yun ma-fill up in full details, tapos ibabalik po siya sa amin. So next po. Ano po ba? So sa Google online form po na yan, makikita po natin yung mga details. So they just need to fill up everything. Sample po ng mga questions will be on the next slide. Yung next slide po, parang ganyan. Isasabihin ko ilang oras ba tayo nagpo-computer, what time of the day. Next po. So these are just few of the questionnaires po. Kung mahilig ba sa low level lang na brightness, ano po ba yung ginagamit? Kasi napapansin natin, di ba, ang mga bata, they would really tend to lower the intensity of the light. So ano po ba yung effect nun? So dun din malalaman po natin kung ano po yung mga possible na effects nito kapag in-answer nito. So next po tayo. Yan. So ano po ba yung gagawin namin sa evaluation na yon? So the evaluation will be forwarded to us by the school after filling up all the forms. So from there, we will need to evaluate. Actually po, our team po is conducting talaga a scientific research study. So yung mga data po na yon will be analyzed. So gagamitin po natin sila para po ma-achieve namin yung or mahanap po namin ano talaga yung mga kailangan po namin i-address dun sa mga learners na yon. So next po. Next na slide po tayo, sir. So yun po. Yun po. So yung mga, meron po kaming ma-identify na possible merong visual problems. Ano po yung gagawin natin doon? We will recommend them for further online consult. Yun po yung sinabi kanina ni Dr. Annalyn that yung mga test na ginagawa through online consult, we have a platform at saka meron po kaming mismo yung chart 2020 na pinagamit po yon ng isang scientist na dinevelop niya po yun for us to be able to conduct po yung online consultation. At sige po, next po, yun po ay for free lang. So we are offering our services for free. So next slide po. So yun po, you just need to fill up the form tapos i-schedule na po natin sila for a possible online consultation. So yung platform po na ginagamit namin usually is Doxime. Kasi with Doxime po, next po sir, yung Doxime po kasi no need for you to download. Hindi na po yung kailangan i-download kasi just go to your browser tapos po ita-type nyo lang sa inyong browser yung doxy.me. Tapos po, next po tayo. So this will be our online consult for the virtual consultation to. Tama po. So lahat po kasi ng browser pwede. Mac, Safari, kung ano po yung Android ba kayo, Chrome or iOS. So very useful po or very friendly user po itong si Doxime. So yun po lang yun, yung gagawin natin. So next po. After po noon, kami pong lahat na nag-present sa inyo have our own Doxime account. So ano pong ginagawa? Kung makikita nyo, after nyo magpunta doon sa Doxime, ita-type nyo po yung name ng doctor. So yung account po namin will be provided sa inyo later. Sige, next po. Like po ako po si Doc Sandra, so dinudugtong lang. So sa virtual online consult po, ano po yung ginagawa? Na-mention po ni Doc Annalyn, meron tayong mga specific na examination or procedures po. So, yun po yung gagawin namin. So, after the consultation, after po na na-assess din natin through virtual consultation, ano po yung next natin na gagawin? Next po. Kami po ay magre-refer naman ng face-to-face. Ano po ibig sabihin nun? Since very limited po yung pong kaya naming i-provide through our online consultation, so kailangan po natin ng referral partners. Paano po ginagawa yun? Since po, di ba tayo pong lahat ay tayo po ay nationwide po ang coverage nito, no? So, meron po din po kaming mga nationwide partners po. So, ano po yung gagawin natin? So, after po kayo ma-consult namin online, so, etong batang to, kailangan siya ng further evaluation or procedures na examination na kailangan i-perform. Kung saan po kayo malapit, we will find a partner na optometrist para po i-serve kayo. Yun po yun. So, paano po yung gagawin? They will be the one to conduct po yung pong examination at procedure. So, ito na yung referral system natin. So, after that, i-refer na natin kayo. So, next po tayo. Paano po gagawin yung referral? So, nationwide nga po, as I have mentioned, na lahat po ng cities, itatry po namin na makahanap kami kung saan talaga namin kayo mare-refer. Siyempre, yung pong trusted din po ng mga eye doctors that will really be available to cater for your needs. Sige po, next po. And then po, yun po, the procedures will be given. At after that, syempre, sasabihin na po ng doctor sa inyo kung ano po yung nakuha. By the way, dun po sa Google form na na-fill up ninyo, a digital code will be given. So after nyo po ma-send yun, meron pong digital code na lalabas. At yung digital code na po na yun will be presented to our partner optometrists or partner eye doctors. Kasi with the code po, they just need to i-encode po nila yon sa data nila para po including all the details of the patients po. Tapos para po makapag-provide ang aming pong eye partners ng special discount. So yung pong consultation namin is for free online, but the eye doctor po, meron po silang ipoprovide na very minimal po na consultation. Yun po yun. Pero kung whatever the needs would be, kung kunyari kung kailangan talaga ng eye prescription or ano po ba yung kailangan na eye correction, this will be given to you at a discounted price. So napakaganda po, no? Bukod po sa amin pong gusto talaga na ma-elevate yung pong visual comfort, kailangan din syempre meron kayong matanggap na special discount. So next po tayo. So ano po, these are just some of the test procedures na gagawin po on-site. So parang ito po ay i-validate as compared po sa test results din na nakuha po sa online. So the doctors sila, kami na po ang magko-coordinate about this para po malaman. Sige po, next po. So ito po, ulitin natin. So step-by-step procedure. Yung learner po, visit po dun sa clinic. Tapos magpo-provide lang po ng referral code. And the doctor will perform the eye exam procedures. And then after that, the doctor will be the one to prescribe po the appropriate lens for the learner. Kung ano po yung need nila. Tapos i-quote kayo ng price ng frame and lenses. So don't worry kasi very minimal po ito. Aside from the fact na very legit or very the quality lens will be provided po sa mga patients at not unlike the ones proliferating online na masabi lang po na blue light because we wanted really the correct procedure for that, no? Or the correct lenses for that. And then the patient will pay the charges directly po dun po sa partner doctors namin. Tapos yung record na yun will be given back to Fidelmundo Vision Care Research and Training Institute for us naman to utilize po yung pong mga data na yun para sa aming research po. Okay, next po tayo. So yun lang po. Paano po yun ba yun? Sige, this is for our partner doctors kasi meron po kami talagang mga agreement to make sure po that the service will be provided is standardized among all of us. So lahat po na kahit saan kayo magpunta, we are making sure po na yung consultation po or yung service po na mabibigay sa inyo will be standard all throughout. Sige, next po. So ito po, meron din kasi kaming mga platform na pwede nyo kaming i-visit dyan sa aming pong website. Sige, next po. Yun po. So the main referral center is actually in Manila. So yung Fidelmundo Vision Care Research and Training Institute po is located in Banawe po, in Quezon City. So pwede na po dun diretso magpunta yung mga learners. Kaya lang dun po sa mga hindi aabot, dun po natin kayo i-refer po to other centers. So next po, another referral center po is the National University. That's in MOA and located po kami sa 11th floor. We have the complete facilities po as we have shown in the video a while ago na lahat po ng needs na kailangan ng assessment will be provided po talaga. Next po. So ito po, we will just run through po yung mga DocsIMe accounts. So si Doc Tess Yambut po, our dean, ang name niya po sa Doxy is Doc Tess Yambut. So yun po, type lang po yung DocsIMe, tas slash, tas the name of the doctor. The next doctor po is si Doc Maris Paredes. Si Doc Maris Paredes, Dr. Maris Sabater Paredes po yung name niya, medyo mahaba. So yun po yung name na kailangan po i-type kung siya po yung ay i-consult po natin. So next po is si Doc Annalyn, si Doc Bian po, which is hindi po natin siya kasama today, pero she is also available for online consultation. Dr. Bian po yung pangalan niya sa DocSimi. Next po. Si Doc po ay si Doc Annalyn po. So si Dr. Annalyn po, yung lang po yung name niya, maiksi lang din, DR tas Annalyn. So next po is si Doc Noel. Doc Noel po, the account name is Dr. Noel Paed. And while ako po, ang name ko po sa DocSimi is DOC Sandra. So Doc Sandra po. Kung meron po kayong mga katanungan, sige next po, yan, ako po si Doc Sandra. Kung meron po kayong mga katanungan, kami po ay will be available. We will be opening up po the floor for questions or for any po na concerns ninyo para may address po namin lahat. So kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa opportunity po na pinagkaloob nyo sa amin to share po our knowledge and expertise. We only really want to perform po the duties that the law has put on our shoulders. We really want to provide po your vision care hanggang po sa aming abot ng makakaya. At nationwide po yung availability na gusto naming i-provide sa inyo. So thank you very much po. I will have to turn back the floor po to Dr. Tess Yambot, ang amin pong Dean. So thank you very much po. And now the question po will be answered na po. Sir Idroy, kayo na po ang bahala po mag-facilitate.
Yes po. Thank you po, Dr. Sandra, and also sa lahat ng ating resource speaker. And wag po kayong mag-alala kung hindi po ninyo nakuha ang link or yung mga names ng ating mga optometrists earlier. Kasi kapag kayo po ay nag-fill out dun sa ipoprovide naming link na nandoon din po and posted sa Department of Education Facebook page and also sa National University Facebook page, ay ibibigay po namin directly sa inyong email address ang lahat po ng link na i-present kanina and also yung mga materials. Ano po? Okay po. And sa portion po na ito ay okay po, we will entertain few questions po from our participants po. Baka meron po kayong gustong itanong sa ating mga optometrist specialist. Okay po. Ito po, meron pong isang tanong pero feeling ko po, Dr. Sandra, nasagot mo na po ito earlier. Pwede po kayang teacher po ang magpa-check up and free consultations po ba?
Ano po ang mag-answer? Actually po, even the teachers po can avail of the online consultation. Pero po yung pagpumunta na po kayo sa eye clinic, then our partner doctors po will be the one to determine kung magkano po yung consultation nila. So at a discounted rate po yon pagkagaling po sa ating pong referral system.
I would like to add on that, no? Before, we have partnered with the Department of Education dun sa ADAPA school so that we have adapted some public school and we provided eyeglasses to the children, no, to the learners. So we'll see how we can make arrangement kasi because of the pandemic, medyo our suppliers, medyo nagkaka-ano sila sa kanilang income. We'll see whether it's still possible. Now we'll explore the thoughts. So for those who cannot afford, especially in the public school system, we will be able to provide. No? Before the pandemic, we have provided P. Gomez Elementary School with their vision care needs as well as some public schools. No? Kaya lang it was stopped because of the pandemic. Yeah. And then for the public school system, I'm offering my services for free online. Just connect to DocSimi, Tess Yambot. Any more questions, Sir Idroy?
Okay po, thank you po, Dr. Tess and Dr. Sandra. Another inquiry po. May affiliated din po ba kayo? Meron po ba kayong affiliation dito sa Region 2?
Actually, we're meeting our volunteer optometrists, no? Every Friday evening. So we have sessions and we were requesting their commitment to be part of this advocacy. And we hope very soon we will have listing of all the optometrists who will be involved. And then we have some optical centers. They are committed to help us. So very soon we will be publishing the list and the names, no? Siguro by January, because by January, we plan to have the Rule 2020 disseminated to all the learners all over the Philippines. Actually, we have done the videotaping and we hope bumaba ito dun sa ating estudyanteng level. So they are aware what to do. And then by that time, we have already established the referral system.
Thank you po, Dr. Rates, for the clarification po. Naku, ito po, Dr. Rates, isa po ito sa pinaka most awaited question. Will DepEd personnel get discounts both for consultation and eyeglasses? Ako, mahalagang tanong po yan, Dr. Rates.
Oo, yes. Ang plan namin with the learners, we have a survey, no? But the survey will be out by January. Na once the learner, they experience some eye problems, eye strain, they can fill up the survey form. And then upon filling up and submitting, they will receive a code. And that code they present to the optical optometry or vision care center, and then they will be able to avail discount prices.
Okay,
and always naman in the public school system, we'll just discuss with the yung possibility of a DAPA school so that maging libre yung examination. Kasi yung ating tax incentive that for every eye examination, our practitioner are given 500 compensation, tax incentive. Siguro with that incentive of the DAPA school, we can encourage more practitioners to join this advocacy.
Dr. Rates, meron pong follow-up question doon.
Yes.
Even daw po ba ang parents kasama sa bibigyan ng discounts?
I think pwede rin. Yeah, we can discuss that. We can. School administrators, faculty members, the students. Siyempre, pagdala ng parents sa student, ano na rin yun, we can already provide discount. This coming sa Friday, ayan yung point of discussion namin with our optometrists who are interested to join the advocacy. Yeah, and very soon, meron nagbigay sa akin isang malaking center all over the Philippines, no? Malaking coverage niya, and with just them partnering with us, I think we will be able to cover a lot of regions. Yes.
I think wala na po tayong ibang inquiry. Let me scroll po. Okay, I think nasagot na po natin ang lahat. Yan. Okay. Siguro I just want to emphasize po siguro, Dr. Rates, yung binanggit po kanina ni Dr. Sandra. Ano po, dahil ang team po nila Dr. Rates ay magpo-provide po sa atin ng Google link, Google Form link. Ano po? So please, ito po talaga, matagal na panahon na po itong nagiging problem nating lahat. Ano po? Kindly and please be careful doon sa pagta-type ng information and details ninyo. Ano po? So, for example, sa phone number po ninyo, magkaroon lang tayo ng typo na one number, baka iba po ang matawagan. So, please be careful po sa pagpo-provide, pag-fill out ng ating Google form na ipo-provide ng ating mga partners. So I think wala na pong additional questions from our chat box po, Dr. Rates.
Oh yes, I think we can now give the floor to one private school administrator association for the continuation of their webinar.
po. So, let's watch a video clip po muna, Dr. Ates, while the One Private School is preparing for the next part of their webinar. Thank you po.
All right, and then Sir Idroy, we would also want to announce that we still have 3 more winners that would be raffled off, no, for the Okada Day Tour. All right, so we
Wow,
would just...
six winners na tayo.
Yeah,
Wow.
supposedly 5, but then there's an additional 1, so it would be 6. And we would have that raffled off right after the talk of Mr. Yulo. All right, so please stay. We are very thankful to the doctor optometrists who really gave us information that we all need, especially to care for the eyesight of the children, of the young learners. And I'm happy, I've been seeing comments in the chat box that there are parents, there are children who have commented that they found it very informative. So really a big help. We really salute and we thank all the optometrist doctor who gave their service for free for those very informative learnings, and the fact that they are offering even free consultation online. I hope everybody would really benefit from this. So Sir Idroy, you may play the video that you need to play, and then we would put on already Mr. Yulo.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder, Dr. Sandra. Ayan, nakalimutan po namin. Pasensya nyo na po kami. May we request all our participants, ayan po, so please turn on your cameras. Ayan, mag-photo off po muna pala tayo. Sayang ang ating outfit. Okay. So once again, may we request our dear participants to please turn on your cameras po. At sa mga nasa Facebook Live, pwede rin po kayong mag-selfie kasama namin at i-comment sa DepEd, sa Department of Education Facebook page and sa National University Facebook page. Okay po? Sige po. Okay. So, ayan. So, ready. Okay. Gallery view. Here you go. Yan, ipin ko lang po yung ating mga resource speaker earlier, including Ma'am Lourdes Chua. Okay. So for a while lang po. Yan, pin ko po muna sila. And si Doc Noel. Ayun, kita ko na si Doc Noel. Okay po. Aha, dito pa ba si... Okay. Sige po. Ako, mahaba-haba pala to. Madami po sila. Ready? Okay. So, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay po. Another. Next page. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. Another. Page 3. Okay po. 3, 2, 1. Smile. And po sa mga gustong umabot, kindly open your webcam lang po. Pwede nyo pong buksan ang inyong mga camera. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yan. Page 5. Yan, okay po. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay. And last one po, balik po tayo sa ating mga resource speaker. Yan. Last po, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, thank you, dear participants. Yan. Okay, let's proceed with the one private school. Ma'am Lourdes.
Yes, Sir Idroy. May I request you to already put on screen the proper introduction for Mr. Yulo. Okay. So of course, we would like to reiterate that we are very thankful to Dr. Teresita Yambot as well as her team, the very competent doctors who were able to share with us all the very important health tips on how to properly have self-care for the eyesight. And especially with the free consultation, I hope that the parents who are present here and even the students and the teachers, even the educators would be very much aware that one of the greatest assets that we have right now is really healthy eyesight. The fact that we cannot do away already with online learning of things, because even though we resume the face-to-face in the future, we know very well that there's a lot of research and there's a lot of use for our gadgets, our computer, and as well as the online learning.
Once again, Dr.
Yes, so Ambassador AJ, I hope that Mr. Yulo is already with us. So again, I'd like to inform everyone that we still have 3 more remaining raffle for the Okada Day Tour that would entitle you to at least to a maximum of 4 packs. No? So I'm trying to check if Mr. Yulo is already back with us.
Yes po, Mr. Yulo is with us na po.
Oh, very good, very good. All right. So again, we are very grateful for the presence of a person whom I would say is very much in the position to guide all of us on how we all can be productive, contributory members of the nation as brothers and sisters here in the Philippines, because it's so refreshing and it's so positive that last time he was with us, he reminded us on how the Philippines used to be. No, because we somehow have forgotten that yes, the Philippines used to be that well respected globally, because before we can only read that and learn that during our social studies class. And with all the experiences we had for so long, when I was in elementary and then high school, college, and up to now, we can see how we have been struggling. So we almost have forgotten those glorious days. But here he is reminding us that if it happened in the past, and we always say that history could always repeat itself, then it's possible. And the Chamber of Commerce really have made a thorough study, research, and that I feel that they are selflessly contributing. So we always, the next generation after them, we always should allow ourselves to be inspired by them who have been there and who could really guide us. So I would really have difficulty, but I hope I can give justice in introducing him, because the letters are quite small. No, let me check on my other laptop. Okay. So equally small. Okay. So anyway, Mr. Jose Luis Yulo Jr., called by friends and those close to him, Sir Nonoy, is the president of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, of the Philippine Islands, the provenance and oldest economic business institution in the country. He is the chairman, president, director of companies engaged in design, construction, food seasoning, manufacturing, banking, real estate, and others. He co-founded Trade and Exhibit Field Site that ushered in the trade fairs and exhibitions industry of the Philippines. He is co-founding charter member of and former president of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, former Secretary General Honorary of the ASEAN Chambers of Commerce and Industry, former Honorary Treasurer of CACCI, Confederation of Asian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, appointed by President Fidel Ramos as pioneer member of ABAC APEC Business Advisory Council, and reappointed by President Joseph Estrada and President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. He co-chaired the Cross-Border Flows Committee that created this APEC travel card. I hope I read it right. Appointed by President Corazon C. Aquino, he served as President and CEO of the Philippine International Trading Corporation of the Philippine government, executing industrial offset and counter trade. He then became the President and CEO of the Philippine Stock and Exchange while serving as the Honorary Consul General of the Republic of, what's this one? Slovenia to the Philippines. Please forgive me in case I could hardly read. The letters are quite small. Having been chairman, president, board member in management operations in various fields, sugar refinery, Petron oil refinery, and gas stations, diesel engine dealership, steel drums manufacturing, handicraft, retailing and export, international trading, trade fairs and exhibitions, organizing and construction, counter trade, industrial offset, stock exchange management, securities clearing, operations, banking, insurance, gold mining, and various civic volunteer works, Mr. Yulo has received multi-awards for his work. So again, my pride, and I'm very grateful for his presence. Let's all welcome the President of the Chamber of Commerce of Philippine Islands, Mr. Jose Luis Yulo Jr. So, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chua, and good afternoon to everyone. That was a very interesting prior program on vision acuity. Okay, Economic Compass Pillars 5 highlights. This Economic Compass will be launched next year in February 17. But prior to that, we're already giving your group a prelude to its contents, and we would like to invite you all to participate actively when the major conference happens next year in February. So let's begin. So this is the Economic Compass Pillars 5. This is the cover of a pamphlet that we are now in the process of printing, and we will give this to all of you later on. Now, why Economic Compass Pillars 5? Next slide. Okay, why do we have an Economic Compass Pillars 5 whose slogan is "History builds the future"? Number one, we will begin because the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands is the provenance or the origin and oldest economic business institution whose advocacies, programs, and projects from its founding in 1886 contributed to usher the country to become a leading economy, GDP per capita, in the ASEAN and Asia in the 1960s. In the 1960s, in GDP per capita, the Philippines was second to Singapore in the ASEAN and second to Japan in neighboring Asia, ahead of China, Taiwan, and South Korea. We were a very rich country in the 1960s. We had to be proud of that. Martial law imperatives made the chamber take a back seat from 1977 into 2014. That's the year when the National Historical Commission of the Philippines, recognizing its status, bestowed markers in 3 languages to the chamber: in Spanish, English, and Filipino, the languages that span the chamber's existence. Therefore, the chamber rekindled as a Provenance Chamber of History with the theme, History Builds the Future. By the early 1980s, the Philippines is slid down from our second position in per capita income to fifth position in the ASEAN, overtaken now by Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, and Thailand. By 2021, this year, the Philippines is slid down further from fifth to seventh position, now overtaken by Singapore, Brunei, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam in the ASEAN. And from being ahead to now being behind China, Taiwan, and Korea. Shame on us. Therefore, as a continuing guide for the Chamber, our government and country, to help rebuild its glorious past, the Chamber herein adopts as its work program advocacy for the coming years, Economic Compass Pillars 5. The contents of the Economic Compass Pillars 5 are obtained from the Chamber's having experienced and analyzed world tribulations and prosperities worldwide, as well as the positive effects of its advocacies covering a history of 8 epochs since 1886. Here are the 5 pillars. The slogan is History Builds the Future, because we had a wonderful history in the past. We had been there. We had been on top of the world, but now we have gone down in ASEAN and in Asia. Therefore, if we look back at our history and use it as our cane, as our support, our glorious history can build again a glorious future for the Philippines. We present herein 5 pillars that make up the economy and the quality of life of a country. And if these pillars are properly done and oriented with a proper compass, then the Philippines hopefully can recover its past glorious history and again be financially and economically ahead of our neighbors. The first pillar is the Filipino and education. And the compass of that pillar is top of the world. What it means is we should do all kinds of strategies, implementing mechanisms to ensure that the pillar, the Filipino in education, goes towards top of the world. Top of the world education, top of the world Filipino in whatever he does. The second pillar is industries and businesses. And the compass is globally competitive. It is not enough for us to have industries and factories and businesses. We must make sure we manage them towards being globally competitive. The third pillar is the government, and its compass is good governance with 12 traits. We will enumerate what those 12 traits are. The fifth pillar is infrastructure and environment, and the compass is heaven on earth. Our infrastructure, our environment must be like heaven on earth. This was how we were in the past. That's why the Philippines was referred to as the Pearl of the Orient. And if we do all that, we will have an economy, the pillar, that is diverse, self-reliant, and wealthy. An economy that does not depend purely on agriculture or tourism or overseas Filipino workers, but an economy that is diverse, self-reliant, and wealthy. Now, each of the pillars above and its compass, we have listed down 5 potential implementing mechanisms. They're not inclusive, but they are a basis to start everybody to work on. Next. So Econ P5 has a motto compass per pillar and subtopics that are dynamic, which are also in pursuance of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, which is no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and so on and so forth. So let's look at one pillar. Let's proceed. On pillar number 1, the Filipino in education, the compass is top of the world. An example of an implementing mechanism is, number 1, best education. So the pillar education, the compass is top of the world. To achieve that, we must make sure that every Filipino has access to the best education in academics, new technology, and other fields, including universal moral values, ethics, good manners, and right conduct, and must be correctly trilingual in Filipino, English, plus another dialect or language. We do not encourage a combination of Taglish. We must be fluent in true Filipino and true English, plus another dialect. So we have to come up with programs and action strategies to make this happen. That is one example of how we can accomplish the compass of top of the world for the pillar, the Filipino in education. A second example, very briefly, B. This is quality health, but I'd like to go to letter C. Go on, please. At least one excellence. Every Filipino must excel in at least one profession, one skill or talent, and must have a minimum of K-12 education, with hopefully college graduates comprising at least 30% of the population. Now, there are more contents to this, so as you can scroll, just to show you, letter D. Letter D, patriotic yet global. National patriotism is the base towards globalism. There are details on this. And letter E, we must have citizenship, duties, knowledge. Every Filipino must know the Constitution and basic laws needed for daily life. So those are examples of the content of pillar number 1 and its compass top of the world. Let's go to pillar number 2. Pillar number 2, well, this is a quotation that we got from Nelson Mandela when he says, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world and to change the Philippines to become a better economy. Okay, pillar number 2, industries, pillar number 2. Pillar 2, can we go to pillar number 2? Industries and businesses. The compass is globally competitive. An example of that, we must invest in industries that connect our islands and industrializes the country. Filipino-owned or controlled companies are leaders in design, in software engineering, hardware manufacturing, as well as in production of parts and final products, and their operations of the following industries that connect our islands: short-haul seacraft, short-haul aircrafts, IT, and other new technologies. B, letter B, other manufacturing industries required for basic self-reliance, security, and wealth are prioritized by making use of the countries being an archipelago to excel in sea-based manufacturing industries, especially all the waters around us, especially in the West Philippine Sea. We must make use of our natural resources as inputs to manufacturing-based industries within the country. So there are many others, but to cut it short, let's proceed to pillar number 3. Pillar number 3, please. Okay, these are the others of contents of pillar 2. And then pillar number 3. Is the government. The compass should be good governance with 12 traits. Okay, how do we do this? Number 1, an implementing mechanism is number 1. Can we move on the slide, please? We must find out a way to get the best citizens of the country to be in government. We must come up with implementing mechanism to make this happen. Letter B, natural resources are used for local-based factories. We should not export our raw materials in a raw form. We should instead use our raw materials as inputs into making finished products within the country so that we can employ more people and have more and better technology. Let us see. The government must be a protector of the country, our citizens, territory, and patrimony. Letter D. Our front office services must be 5 stars. When you go to pay your taxes, when you go to renew your driver's license, you must enter into a lobby of a government office that is the best in class. 5 stars hotel atmosphere. Letter E. The 12 traits of good governance are in place and are in practice. What is that? Number 1, citizens' participation and fair conduct of elections. Number 2, the rule of law. Number 3, competence and capacity. The best of citizens are in government. Number 4, ethical conduct. Number 5, long-term orientation and sustainability of our policies. Number 6, efficiency and effectiveness of our government employees. 7, openness and transparency in everything dealing with the government. Number 8, responsive and consensus-oriented. And number 9, a government that fosters innovation and openness to change. Number 10, a sound financial management. And number 11, very important, accountability. And number 12, equitable and inclusive social cohesiveness. Sadly, we are lacking in all the 12 traits of good governance, which is one reason why the Philippine economy keeps on going down compared with our ASEAN and Asian neighbors, making our people one of the poorest in Asia and in ASEAN. So we gotta do something to fix good governance. Okay, and let's proceed to the next pillar, pillar number 4. Well, we can read this. Good governance never depends. Well, can we go back again? Okay, anyway, pillar number 4, infrastructure and environment. The compass is heaven on earth. How do we do this? Pillar 4, please. Infrastructure and environment, heaven and earth. How do we accomplish this? Number A, letter A. Letter A of pillar 4, please. A, the God-given attractions are natural geographic attractions that are unique to the Philippines, must be clearly identified, and their uses controlled and subjected to carrying capacity limits, with no build zones, with carrying capacity limits at any time for residents, for workers, and for tourist visitors. We should not overdevelop our God-given attractions. Letter B, man-made infrastructure must be the best in design, best in engineering, best in quality build, and all we do is copy the best in the world, but with added disaster prevention measures against earthquakes and typhoons. Let us see. Our islands' constraints are turned into our advantages. The geographic uniqueness of the country, with earthquakes, typhoons, and many islands, are met as challenges to connect the islands by designing and building the best airports, the best seaports, the best information technology and other new technologies, and of course, the best roads, bridges, and other infrastructure that can withstand adverse effects of earthquakes and typhoons. Letter D, minimum space standards. The adage, a place for everything and everything in its place, is followed. Public vehicles load and unload not on the road, but on designated indented stations away from the road. And public vehicles are dispatched sequentially based on scheduled interval times with no overtaking allowed. Residences close to workplaces are provided to lessen traffic and time commutes. Letter E, energy sources must be varied. Let's continue to pillar 5. Pillar 5. Pillar 5, please. Let's go on. Pillar 5, the economy. The compass should be diverse, self-reliant, wealthy economy. How do we do this? Letter A. Letter A, please. Letter A, pillar 5. To have an economy that is diverse, self-reliant, and wealthy.
What do you mean?
Our economy that protects the lives, health, and property of the people from globalization, supply chain disruptions, and from foreign control. The participation of foreign-owned companies and foreign governments are dispersed for a global power balance to avoid monopolistic control. Letter B, our natural resources must fuel local manufacturing. We must have an economy that uses our natural resources as inputs to manufacturing within the country to produce value-added end products for its own consumption and export. And letter C, a diverse industrial, agri-services plus economy. Self-sufficient in food, creating wealth from small, medium, large, and basic industries for final use or to feed the parts and component needs of other industries, including new technologies, tourism, and other services that are top-notch, alongside an industrialized and knowledge economy. We do not like an economy that is only agri-based or tourism-based or overseas Filipino based. We want a diverse industrial, agricultural, service plus economy. Letter D, an economy that promotes and rewards its citizens for innovation, excellence, and success, while nurturing and retraining those left behind to be competitive again or to find other areas of excellence. Letter E, hopefully we will end up with a wealthy economy with a GDP per capita of at least top 50% of countries worldwide, where poverty and unemployment rates are both below 3% of the population. In effect, that we can go back to what we once were in the 1960s, when the Philippines was among the richest country in ASEAN and in Asia. Now, I did not go into specific details because it will take us a long time. And I was asked to deliver this in 30 minutes. Maybe I can answer a few questions after this. Now, take note, the real conference for the Economic Compass Pillars 5 will take place in February 17 next year. You are all welcome to join that, wherein the details of each compass will be discussed in a general major conference. With that, we must understand that we are moving towards a global economy. One way of approaching that is to pull the covers over our heads. Another is to say it may be more complicated, but that's the way it is, and that is how I'm going to live in. I might as well be good at it. We have to be good at it, and we have to arrest our decline and our slide that has been affecting the Philippines since the 1980s. After martial law, our economy has gone down, down, down to become one of the poorest in ASEAN and Asia. We have to do something to bring it up again, and we have to work on the 5 pillars with its 5 attendant compasses. Thank you very much.
All right, so we thank once more Mr. Jose Luis Yulo for a very relevant sharing of knowledge to all of us. So is there any clarification or any comment or anything you would want to ask from him while he's still with us? So teachers, educators, parents, or even students, please feel free to unmute yourself or use the chat box. Okay, anyone?
I heard some questions while I was speaking.
Yes.
Here, meron po tayo dito po from Helen Mendoza. We hope that our next president will fully support that, remembering the late Carlos Garcia in your, sir. Long live Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, we are presenting the economic 5 pillars to each presidential. We have already presented it to Manny Pacquiao last week, and he has responded very well to the Economic Compass Pillars 5. We are now going to present it as well to all the other presidentials one by one.
Also po from Henny Nacario, felt sad on what happened to our country. Thank you so much for this very comprehensive presentation.
Well, what has happened to our country is we did not manage our country well. And so therefore, our governance of the 5 pillars went down continuously from the 1980s until today. And it's still going down. In ASEAN, there are 10 ASEAN members. We used to be number 2. Singapore was ahead of us. We were number 2. Now we are number 7. We only have Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia behind us. If we do not implement the contents of the 5 pillars, Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar will overtake the Philippines, sadly. So we feel this is very urgent for all of us to integrate this into our hearts and our minds so that we can properly do all the action strategies needed to help us rebuild our future. More questions?
Another response po from Henny Nacario. You're absolutely correct, sir. Our country is badly managed.
Yes, so we must be very sure that all of us will call all our government people to account for how they manage us. We have to be noisy. We have to complain, we have to demand accountability from our government. And we must make sure that we only elect the best and the brightest of the citizens to be in government. More
Another
questions?
reaction po from Sofia Pinegas. It all boils down to education. We, educators, are all responsible for the state of our country and the kinds of leaders and voters that we have.
Yes, we agree that educators have a major part to play in making sure that Filipinos think of the 5 pillars. And it is I hope that the owners and the managers of all the schools in the country look at the 5 pillars, examine its contents, and try to find out how its ideas and concepts can be inculcated in the subjects of the school. Maybe a subject, 5 pillars economic compass alone, will probably do the country well. And each of the contents of the economic compass can be expanded in different subjects, so long as we end up having Filipinos who understand what must be done to make the 5 pillars economic compass happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. There is a long-term struggle for the Philippines as we compete with the world. It's gonna be a difficult struggle, but we gotta have a compass, because without a compass, we will not know where to go. So we hope that when we launch this next year, a lot of people will sign on and inculcate them. We hope people will copy the ideas, build on the ideas. We hope the next president, the next government will use it, will copy it, and make it happen. Thank you. More questions?
From Darlene Ruiz, thank you for the very interesting topic, Mr. Yulo. The 5 pillars is indeed the very intelligent way to pull all our resources to regain our glory.
Thank you very much, and we need your help. If you want a copy, you can ask Dr. Chua. We will make it available in the internet. We can email it to everyone.
Yes po. And also from Nurse Ed Marie, I just missed those days when our currency was so strong and where our basic needs were so affordable. I'm so sad that this has happened to our dear motherland.
Yes, you are very correct. The exchange rate of the dollar in the 1960s was 2 pesos equals $1. So imagine that, 2 pesos, $1. Today, 50 pesos, $1. Something definitely went wrong with the Philippines. If the peso devalued from 2 to 1 to 50 to 1. So we have real work to do to make our country strong again.
Last two, sir. From Nicomedes Kitalib, I hope that this advocacy will help the learners, educators, and the people of the Philippines to have a professional and economic development.
Thank you, and we need all of your help. I hope Dr. Chua, all the schools, everybody will inculcate the contents and add to it, no? Because the 5 sub-compasses, the implementing mechanisms, are not the only way to make it happen. As long as we think that there are 5 pillars and there is a compass for every pillar, one direction, no? We follow the North Star, and we can do it in any way we can, as long as we do not forget the compass. And we need everybody's help. We are in this together.
And lastly, sir, from Jello, thank you very much for your presentation, Sir Yulo. It's my prayer that the Philippines can still regain the top spot in GDP while I can still witness.
Yes, this is for the young people like you, Jello, to do. Hopefully in your lifetime, you will experience the wealth that the Philippines had in the 1960s. Na talagang pinakamayaman tayo sa Asia and Asia. Di ba? Nauna lang sa atin ang Japan and Singapore. We were richer than China, richer than Taiwan, richer than Korea. Ganun tayo kayaman ng araw.
I think that's all, Ma'am Lourdes.
All right. Yes, I agree with all the participants who gave their comment in the chat box. The presence of Mr. Yulo last Saturday as well as this Saturday, today, is really a big help for everybody to realize how our country really has not been managed well, despite all the richness, as well as all the natural resources and all the blessings poured upon our country. So, and it's not, and definitely, it would never be too late as long as there are Filipinos who would believe that something can be done and that they would really commit that in their own way, they would be able to really help so that we can bring back again the glorious years of the country. So we appreciate very much the team of Mr. Yulo, the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, for really making a research, making a study, and then sharing with us all this, and right now trying to inspire all of us and to actually encourage each and everyone, young and old, that something can be done if only we would make that choice. So again, we could only do the positive choice if we would have an appreciation of all the knowledge being given to us, if we would educate our children about all these realizations and realities, and then perhaps they could be more insightful, they could always be reflective on how they can contribute, whether the young learners, the educators, or any members of the Filipino nation, of our nation, of the Philippines. And perhaps from all those reflection and insights, something should be done. Let that positive motivation and let that commitment be the be the spark that could make us all self-leaders. No, I would say self-leaders, because even though we are motivated, but if we would not do anything, nothing can be achieved. But if each and every one of us would be self-leaders and would do our contribution in our own way, I really trust and I have faith that something could be achieved. Because once we become self-leaders, we would know the right choices to do, even on the most simple decisions that we would do as a member of this team, trying to uplift the nation again. So, and with the right choices that we would do, we know very well that whatever aspirations, whatever hopes we have, they can happen. Why? Because the choices would definitely lead to positive changes, the transformation that has been long overdue our country. So we really are very thankful to Mr. Yulo as well as his team, the members of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Island. And perhaps Ambassador AJ, would you want to add something before we ask? Maybe this time, do we still have Sephir, a grade 3 student whom I saw was with us a while ago? Sephir, can you tell me if you're still with us? Can you just say?
Yes po, Dr. Chua. I am right here po.
Very good. So later on, I want you to lead us for a prayer. No, you can choose if you want it in English or Filipino. So long as you lead us for a prayer, as you have heard all the sharings, because God loves the little children, right? So, Saphir, what is the sweetest time of the day?
The sweetest time of the day is when we pray, because we are talking to God who loves us the most.
God?
Dr. Chua, are you still there? Yes, I am so happy that we have a student who is with us, because today, November 20, is the International Day of Children at the United Nations. So we are one with UNICEF in celebrating the International Day of Children worldwide. So it is very timely that we are doing something for the children, and that we are happy with the presence of all the speakers a while ago, all the doctors, headed by Dr. Yambot, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, Mr. Jose Luis Yulo, and of course the teachers, administrators, principals, and owners for contributing your time and space today, because we are all celebrating today the International Day of Children, and that this is our humble contribution for their future. So, Dr. Chua, few words. By next week, we will continue with the sessions on innovative leadership training as a preparation for the innovative styles of teaching for teachers and educators. And our case study will be the ECOM P5, or the Economic Compass Pillars 5, where the teachers are free to explore, create lesson plan or teaching skills on how we can teach the ECOM P5. Okay, pardon me from my cat. My cat is getting my attention. Okay, all right. So I think I have to turn off my mic now. Okay, so thank you everyone, and congratulations to all. Congratulations, Dr. Chua.
Yeah. Thank you, Ma'am AJ. So you're right. Now, the knowledge was given to us. What we would do with the knowledge, it's a choice. So, and we in One Private School Philippines, with the support of all the educators, the parents, and the students, we all believe that we are self-leaders who can do something about the knowledge given to us, because we have the accountability. So, as I said, I would like to request Sephir to lead us for the prayer. So, Sephir, I asked you a while ago, are we gifts from God? Maybe Winona can help me answer that. Winona, can you answer that? Are we gifts from God? Yes, Winona, unmute yourself, please.
What
Maybe
to
we
Dr.
lost
Chua?
her. I asked, are we gifts from God? I'm
Yes,
asking, are we
yes.
gifts from God?
Yes, po, Dr. Chua. We are gifts from God, wrapped with mommy and daddy's love, and most especially with God's love.
Yes, because we are wrapped with God's love. So definitely everything is possible. Everything is doable. Because as long as we have God with us, however unsurmountable the things that we have to face, we know very well that with His sufficient grace, everything is considered done. All right. So as we end, I would like to request Sephir to please lead us for a closing prayer. So she's a grade 3 student. Okay, Sephir, can you lead us?
Opo. Sorry
Okay.
po if my camera's off. For all the
We understand.
Catholic people, please do the sign of the cross. And for the non-Catholic, let us stay in our praying position. In the name of the Father and
of the Son and of
of
the
the
Holy
Holy
Spirit. Amen.
Dear God, I thank you for this wonderful day you have given to us. I thank you, Lord, that even if all of the people right now in this Zoom had a very packed schedule, we still had time to join this webinar. I also thank you, Lord, for all the children who are in this webinar right now. No matter where they are, you gave them an opportunity to listen and to learn. I also thank you, Lord, for the doctors who have taught us new things and how to take care of our body, most especially our eyes. I pray, Lord, that we would remember everything that they would teach us and that soon we would become great doctors just like them. I also thank you, Lord, for Dr. Lourdes for hosting this webinar, Lord. Even if it took long, we had the patience and we had the time to listen to every word everyone has spoken. I also pray, Lord, that soon the virus would go away so that we would live our old lives and we would learn and see each other in real life. I also pray, Lord, for the frontliners who are suffering through this time of COVID. I pray that you'd heal them and you'd guide them. For all the people who are sick and don't feel well, make them stay positive and not negative. I pray for all the people who are in the negative side of life. I pray that you'd put them in the positive and different schools would start growing and growing. I praise and thank all of this in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
In the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we give glory to God for all the learnings gained and shared for this afternoon. We thank God for the presence of all the speakers, especially Mr. Jose Luis Yulo, because what he has given to us is really not just knowledge, but really the kind of life that we are all looking forward to. So with that, of course, we promised, before I forget, we promised that there would still be 3 raffle items that would be given off. Not so, Sir Idroy, please get the 3 lucky names for the day tour in Okada, Manila, with 4 persons. Good for 4 persons. So, Sir Idroy, 3 more.
For the 6th, we have Yvonne Servant. So, yun po. Nakuha na po natin yung 6 na winners, Dr. Lourdes.
All right. So anyway, aside from those that were raffled off, because when I was able to get a sponsor, there were at least 2, which I said I would be giving to the first the first two parents who registered with us, no? So because we had the link, we gave it to them. So first two parents who were able to register. So that's why a total of 8 are being given now, no? So the first one, I hope she's still with us. Mom Vicky Pulmones, is she still with us? So if she's still with us, we would give to her that one day tour package at Okada, Manila. And then the next one, the second parent who registered, Dr. Rodela Sarmiento. Okay, so we are giving the 2. So 6 raffled plus 2. So total of 8 were given now. So times 4, that's good for 32 people who would be enjoying the day tour in Okada, Manila. All right, so with that, we would like, yes, Dr. Sarmiento, she said thank you in the chat box. And it's always our joy to share whatever blessings God has been pouring to all of us as we do the mission of service. So again, we are hopeful that the presence of the parents, the educators, and even the children would already be considered commitment, that however way we could teach our children to be self-leaders and to contribute to the 5 pillars that was presented to us by Mr. Yulo. I hope all of us would be one here, because this is no longer the present time in our lifetime, but this is already for the next generation. No? We want to ensure that they would remember that years back, there were these parents, the educators, and the generation ahead of us who thought of them, no? Who thought of them, meaning years from now, they would say, there were these who were ahead of us, but they thought of us. It's their love, it's their concern, and it's their commitment that has made the present life and that future a better one, even better perhaps than the 1960s that Mr. Yulo has presented to us. All right, so with that, I would like to say a pleasant day. Is it still day or evening already? And hope to see you all in the next webinar series, which would be on November 27. So just 3 more remaining, November 27, December 4, and December 11. And then we would be able to fulfill our commitment to have free empowerment programs for all educators, teachers, and we expanded it even to parents and to the students. And I'm hoping that one of the webinar would be to anybody. They may not be in school setting, but anybody who wants to be empowered. All right, so a pleasant good evening to everyone and have a restful day ahead. Last word from Mr. Yulo, is he still there? Sir, you may have the last word, because we are so grateful to your presence and effort of really coming prepared for all of us to appreciate your sharing. If you're still with us, last word, please. And then we say goodbye. Is he still with us, Ma'am AJ?
Yes, still here. Mr. Jose Luis Yulo, can you give us the last word?
Let him close.
Okay. Is he still in?
No, the Chamber of Commerce is no longer here. Maybe he left already. It's all right. So, Sir Idroy, do we still have anything? Did we forget anything?
Announce?
We did not. All right.
We are made for service, to care for each other. We are made to love each sister and brother with love that will live through sorrow and pain. God sent his Son to show us the way. One who shared his love every minute of the day. One who gave his life that we might live, and his Spirit to help us through the years.
Life can be so lonely when nobody cares. Life can be so empty when nobody shares. But if we give ourselves both time and again, the happiness of Christ will live within.
We are made for service, to care for each other. We are made to love each sister and brother with love that will live through sorrow and pain, a love that will never die with strain. A love that will never die with strain.
Okay, so again, we give thanks, praise, and glory to God for this fruitful afternoon that we all have shared. And as Mom AJ has said, it's the National Children's Day, Children's Month. So let this be.
Yeah, National Children's Day, United Nations
National Children's
International
Day.
Day.
Yes, so let this be also a gathering of love for the sake of the children whom God loves most, and therefore we should also love. And tomorrow for the Catholics, it's Christ the King Day. So remember, Christ was sent from heaven, the King of all kings, the Son of God, not to be served, but to serve. So who are we? Not to give service from the heart. So let's all be one. So again, good night and thank you. See you all on November 27.
Our IT officer, Roy,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, children, parents, as well as all the teachers, educators, and even the non-teaching staff. Oh, I saw Mrs. Polmanes, she's there. She won. Now, Mrs. Polmanes, you were given one of the day tour, Good for Four, in Okada, Manila. As to how you would claim, we would send email. Okay, because we have to give you the link so that you can coordinate with them. So congratulations, everyone. Again, thank you po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Jose Luis Yulo. Thank you very much, Ambassador Sarah Jane Juan. Thank you, Dr. Teresita Yambot, and to all the doctors. And thank you to all the technical officer and staff who have assisted us. And of course, thank you to all the parents, the students, the educators, and then even the non-teaching staff and everyone who graced the occasion. All right, if you see, even that we are made for service, they are also parents and teachers, no? Because we believe in very strong collaboration of home and school. And that's how it should be, a very strong collaboration for everyone. All right, so thank you, and let God's love always bring us together, and may we all live the love of God.
It was Zoom powered by iLearn Vision Rehab. Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah,
See you
thank
again.
you also to National University.
Okay.
Oh, it's 5:08. I thought it's 6 o'clock, so it's still early. It's just that it's quite dark. Okay, thank you, everyone.